There we go. Woo. Excellent. Alright, I will wait for a moment for everyone. And ooh, I have more viewers, I have more new followers to thank, which is excellent. So while we're here, I'll wait for some people to get in, because I don't, you know, it's kind of how I am at this point. Also because I love listening to this music. I think at this point it's a kryptonite for me. I'll hit the load button. There we go. All right. Part 16, that's where we're at. So let's see. Before I load up the game, let's thank all the new followers who joined, who brought me up to 60. Because honestly, this is astounding. And I cannot thank everyone enough. It's actually astounding. I started this year with nothing, and most of my work from last year was, you know, it was mostly for me, and I was just using my Twitter to try and talk about this stuff. But now you know, Twitch has been absolutely wonderful. So on the road to 100, right? Let's see. Devil Flory 1, thank you for the follow. Wigs, which is a very long name, thank you for the follow. Illmatic GMR, thank you for the follow. Let's see. XXL Devon, I think it's Devon. 53 XX, thank you. Susie B Gaming, thank you so much for the follow. Dino93, thank you so much for the follow. And I believe number 60. Oh, wait, nope, one more. Miss Duck, thank you so much for the follow. And Captain Doiner. Such a... That's a good one. Thank you for the follow, and thank you so much for being number 60. I honestly cannot thank everyone enough for following me along on this journey. Thank you. Now then. Fixated date will be erased, that's fine. Now, as I recall last time, I know we were able to relieve the Glenbrook Kingdom of their shackles of the Frosty Empire. And we also were able to probably check the log. Yep. So, oh, that's right. We're going into the mines. We're going back to the Rosellian mines, which, for those who weren't here, that means that this place is definitely going to be special, because this is the area from the very beginning of the game that was taken by the Frosties under mysterious circumstances. Oh, we have... Anna asks if Milo is raising poisonous plants. Interesting. I have character stories to do. Let's start with those. Also, this stream's chat will be open to all questions about story writing and book-related things, because my book just released.
Just look how you've grown. To think you'd produce such a bounty.
Oh yeah, also Milo is very, very, strange.
And you've flourished as well. I'm so proud of you, my lovelies.
Interesting. Everyone has hobbies. Intriguing.
Quite the passionate one, aren't you?
Ah, I was gonna take a drink. Oh well.
Don't sneak up behind people like that. Hasn't anyone told you it's rude?
Apologies. I was just curious. What are you doing here?
If you must know, I'm harvesting herbs.
Do you pronounce it herbs or herbs? I know some regions are differ on that.
I thought I might make them into medicine for the injured.
Interestingly, I think it's one of those things where it's a regional based thing, but this person says herbs.
That would be helpful. Lord Serenoa will be pleased as well.
And I am oh so happy to please. I am quite taken with powerful people. People like Lord Serenoa.
And the Hierophant. Actually, no, what's his name? Lord, the one of the Saintly Seven.
You'll tell him I'm doing my best to be useful to him, won't you?
Wait. That plant. It induces paralysis, does it not?
Quite knowledgeable you are. Did you know it can also be used for pain relief?
Makes sense.
This same plant can be both a poison and a medicine?
I mean...
Yes, depending on how it's
Isn't
used.
the same thing could be said about alcohol and gambling? Actually, not gambling. Actually, most imbibed substances can be used the same way.
And yet, people still try to force plants into one category or another. Good and therefore valuable, or bad and therefore detested.
Oh, like people.
Foolish, don't you think? These little ones are neither good nor bad. They just are.
Okay, Milo is suddenly deeper as a character now with this in mind.
You treat them as if they were your children.
Perhaps it seems strange to care for a plant, which is no more than a tool for making medicines or poisons, but...
Makes a lot of sense to me. That's interesting.
Minister Idor, about that experiment. I think we are on the verge of discovering how to better stabilize the subject.
Wait. We are not alone. Show yourself! Milo, why do you eavesdrop on us?
Don't be upset. As your spy, I thought it behooved me to keep abreast of important information.
Unnecessary. You need only do as I instruct.
But that would make me no better than a tool.
Does that displease you? Worry not. I take good care of my tools, so long as they serve me well.
Idor, I don't like Idor. He's just the worst.
But should they act out of line, they will be disposed of.
It explains a lot of why Milo is not... Wow, this scene actually has added more to Milo's character than... Wow.
Even tools have feelings.
What was that?
Nothing you need concern yourself with. Anyway, I'm certain my herbs will benefit House Wolford. Please pass on my warmest regards to Lord Serenoa.
And I did learn from Gamria last time that he informed me of a method for grinding, so we will be able to acquire more power soon. 77 get out of the Hierophant's Palace without Serenoa. I'll do Narv's thing, and then we'll go to this story bit, and then we have to handle... At some point, we're going to have to deal with the... have to deal with what's next.
You should be able to use that arm just fine in no time.
Many thanks, lad. You truly are a talented one.
I'm happy that Narv gets recognized. Look at him.
My apologies for treating you like an intruder the other day.
Think nothing of it, my good man. If you need anything else, I'm more than happy.
For everyone who needs to see Narv, look at this boy. Look at him. Telling me, look at him. He's great. He's great. I love this man.
Your magic never ceases to amaze. Did you learn everything from your grandfather?
You bet I did. The Archmage Grandante taught me everything I know.
I'm really curious if there's more about Grandante than I'm guessing right now.
Grandante. There's something I've been meaning to ask you, Narv.
Ask away.
I was in Hyzand for a short time, studying at the Ministry. No doubt you know it's considered the greatest authority in this world when it comes to matters arcane. Their library contains everything from records of magical...
I'm curious where this is going.
...to technical tomes and much, much more. Their chronicles on the history of magic, too, were the most comprehensive in our realm. And yet, I do not recall seeing even a single mention of a mage named Grandante. One would think the achievements of such a powerful sorcerer would be recorded somewhere. Why are they
This is good. I'm really curious now about Narv's past now.
Those awful Hyzantians. Truly, they have no shame.
Narv?
The chronicles you speak of? In truth, they were written by my grandfather's own hand.
What? But then why is he not credited by name?
He refused to do the research the former Hierophant ordered of him, and was branded a heretic and unbeliever. They erased his name and achievements from the records, and made it like he never existed at all. He was then banished from the city and died in exile. His name all but
I can now see why Narv is super, like, obsessed.
It's all their fault. No one knows of the Archmage Grandante.
I had no idea.
Aw, man.
These robes I wear were once his. They're the only remaining proof that he once walked this realm.
Man.
So you carry his memory with you everywhere you go.
I promised myself I would make the Archmage Grandante's name known around
Why did
the
this
world.
suddenly take a really emotional turn?
So I'm going to work harder than I've ever worked before, until all in the realm know his story.
Man.
And in the process, I'll become the greatest mage this world has ever seen.
That's the spirit.
Thanks, Gila. Just you watch, Grandfather. I'm going to make you proud.
Oh, this is nice. Oh, man. I wasn't expecting that. Somebody has joined. How excellent. Character stories. What the? A new character already? I'm curious now, but clown? A clown lady? I can't do a good Doofenshmirtz. I apologize, but look at her juggle.
Hey, what's a child like you doing in such a lonely place?
I have nowhere else to go.
Oh my god.
Where are your parents?
They died years ago.
Oh.
My lord.
My name is Serenoa. What's yours?
Picoletta.
Picoletta is adorable.
Picoletta, you throw that ball with such skill.
My god, man.
Because it's my job. When I throw this ball, everyone applauds. Well, they used to.
Oh my goodness.
But the circus is gone now, so I'm all on my own. What are you doing here, mister?
Oh my god, I will do everything in my power to protect this child.
We are trying to put an end to this war.
I hate war. War made everyone go away. You're really gonna end the war? Then let me
Ah, yes, we have adopted child.
I can throw my ball and help you fight the bad people. Oops. There goes my tummy grumbling again.
I will do everything in my power.
My lord, we cannot simply leave this poor
If anything
child.
happens to Picoletta, understand that I will kill everything on this planet and then myself. That is truth. Look at this child.
I know. All right then, Picoletta. Come with us. But before we go fight the bad people, let us fill our bellies. After that, perhaps you could show us some tricks with your ball.
Sure thing. That's what I'm best at.
Okay, I want to see. Oh my god, look how tiny she is. My god! Orphaned by war, she does not know where her true home is, but considers this. Oh. That's tragic. That's amazing though. We have Picoletta now. What does she do? What do you do? What do you do, child? Increases the range of offensive items, can summon decoys. Oh, so she's the equivalent to Medina, because Medina uses healing items at a range. Oh, was that a lacrosse stick? Wait a minute, that was a lacrosse stick or something equivalent to one. Oh, I'll do this really quick. Here we go. This is a rather quiet stream to celebrate my book release on, but I feel like something like this is great for this.
From the sanctions and reopen trade with us.
King Roland is truly a man of his word.
I think this is about right to celebrate my fantasy novel.
Furthermore, during the battle for the Crown City, our forces sustained nary a scratch, while the Asfrosti were all but crushed. We could not have asked for a more auspicious...
Auspicious, that's a good use. Good use of that word.
An outcome that would not have been possible without the Elfric we supplied them. Still, Minister Serenoa and House Wolford must be given credit for aiding in our victory.
Minister Exham, how strange to hear you lavish such praise upon another.
I am only speaking truth. Leaving Minister Serenoa in Glenbrook's hands is unwise.
I agree. As one of the Sanctity Seven, he belongs here with us.
I forgot about this political sphere. This is going to be upsetting.
Of course. We shall bring him under our thumb. The Holy One has plans for the young lord. Making him our creature has the added benefit of bringing his entire domain under Byzantian rule.
But I doubt His Majesty will be so willing to part with him.
Oh, indeed. And yet King Roland owes us a great debt, which will be all the greater after we help him rebuild the crown city. We will so overwhelm him with generosity, he will be unable to refuse us anything.
So, you mean to seize Glenbrook as well, Minister Edor? Somehow I am unsurprised.
I seek nothing more than to spread the goddesses' grace and
Edor,
wisdom.
please shut up. Man.
To Glenbrook and even Esfrost, until her divine protection shelters Nozelia in its entirety. That is what the goddess desires, and therefore, what the Hierophant desires as well.
How much does the Hierophant actually speak, though? Man, it's tough because I know that this is... It's a situation of my own making, but man, ouch. Let's see. Okay, so we're seeing all the story around the mine that we showed up at. Interesting. Okay. I'm really curious what this is going to what the payoff is going to be for the Norzelian mine. I'm really curious what's going to happen though.
Is this all of it?
Yes, my lord. This is all the cargo we were able to carry. Our comrades at the mine should be putting the final touches on everything right about now.
Oh?
And why is no one telling me what is happening? I don't even know what cargo you are hauling.
We're only following Archduke Gustadolf's orders, my lord.
Interesting.
Yes, I understand that. Stop your sniveling. Perhaps you may have heard the Archduke has summoned me to Ironstone. This may be the last time I serve at this fort. As such, I would like to show my appreciation for everything you've done. Do you have a moment?
The sentiment is appreciated, my lord, but the Archduke insisted we make haste.
And did he also insist you spit in the face of his uncle's generosity?
No, my lord. Of course not. I meant no disrespect. We shan't refuse your gracious offer.
Come with me.
I'm really curious what Svarog is doing now. I know that Svarog is important, but I don't know by how much. I don't remember much of him.
Can all that cargo truly be naught but iron ore? I suppose I shall have to find out what it is for myself.
Oh, he's gonna look, isn't he? Yeah, it's definitely something that has to be important. They would not be pushing this so much if it wasn't for it being important. Party remains to check in. Okay. Let's check it out. That was pretty good. That was surprisingly effective. All right, let's see what we're dealing with. Did they ever take
Were those the only ones?
what's his name?
I do not understand. There were far more soldiers here when I came scouting.
They've mined more since the last time we were here. Perhaps the enemy is further within.
Likely that's the case. But navigating these twisted tunnels ain't gonna be fun.
Indeed. The enemy may be waiting to ambush us.
They're right.
Any corner. I advise we familiarize ourselves with the nearby tunnels before we head any deeper into the mine, Lord Serenoa.
Agreed. Let's take care to cover our tracks while we look around.
Meanwhile, there's just the body just kind of just kind of laying there. Mining carts. Let's get the area further. Got it. Okay, so this is definitely going to be an important bit for later. So that is definitely going to be important for combat later. Ooh. Anna. Howdy. Troops should be stationed at the entrance regardless of whether or not you want to defend or abandon the mines. Why are the soldiers hiding in the tunnels? Makes sense. It makes a lot of sense that it'd be in order. Because what makes sense to me is that if they were told to stay here, it had to have been for a very good reason. I doubt they would have just been left here to... Oh, there's also explosives. Oh, that's gonna be... Oh man, this is gonna be rough. Up we go. Interesting. Interesting that Dragon's explosives are also here, so... Yeah, the way that they talked about... Yeah, Dragon got narked right at the beginning, so now I do wonder if his death was just a cog in the machine. I did not read what he said. Let's see. The mines are meant to be a symbol of a new age between tests. Feels no more than disagree. No. What do you think should be done with the mines now? Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to open it as a job. At least this music's really calm. Yeah, it's basically just use the minecarts. Yep. Interesting. This layout is definitely going to confuse me. Thinking ahead about the battle. If there's going to be a battle here, it's definitely going to be confusing because this terrain is not easy to read. 3,500 money. Up we go. Hello. They're all hiding within the tunnels now. They may be planning an ambush. See what we can use for our advantage here. The explosives are definitely a big part of it. My game plan is thinking about the explosives, but there's a lot of other options too. Thankfully, it seems like there's... I should have a lot of options for figuring this place out. Ooh. Makes me wonder what their hurry is. Oh, it's definitely something wrong. It's definitely something horrible. Also, with the minecarts, we'll be able to quickly move back and forth around the map, so that'll be important. All right, roster. I'm gonna check what that does. No, X. Okay, what is Obsidian Anklet? Increases strength and magical attack, but prevents natural TP recovery at the start of your turn. Oh, that would be really that'd be really good on somebody who doesn't use a lot of skills, but the skills are way too important though for managing action economy, so I don't think I'll be using that one. Very cool item though. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I can get right now, so I'm going to... We'll conclude exploration. This is fine. Explosives everywhere. Yeah, I could definitely see why that would make someone nervous. Especially in a tunnel where it could be blocked off at any moment.
Benedict, these spheres everywhere. Unless I'm mistaken, they're explosives.
I just lit a rocket. I guess they want to make sure that... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a old school bomb. Like...
Yes, a means Lord Dragan devised for breaking through the bedrock. They aren't as powerful as blast crystals, but they are simple to set and can be manipulated to go off at the same time.
Reckon I'll go collect whatever charges are left, my lord. Just to be safe.
Thank you. I do not find it strange that there are explosives in a mine, only that they have been left here.
Indeed. As deadly as they are, one would hope they were stored more safely.
You'd think the miners would have put them at the far end of the tunnel if they meant to use them.
But they're everywhere, along the whole length.
If they were to detonate, the entire tunnel would collapse.
Then they must have been left here on purpose.
Intruders! Get them!
Yes, Frosty.
Oh, yeah, so the idea was to sink the whole mine. I see. All right, so the whole idea was to sink the entire mine with the explosives and just hope for the best. I see. Okay, what level is this going to be? 26. What level am I? I'm not ready. Even though that says one character is 26, I already know that that means that I need to get stronger. But let's take a look at the battle. I can thankfully do the mock battles from here, so that's fine. So I'm not too worried, but let's see what this battle's gonna look like.
The Frosty mean to seal off the mine.
Do not let them through the tunnel. Kill them.
But this is House Wolfort we're up against, Commander.
You think I don't know that? The battle won't be easily won. But if we've the metal to use our explosives, victory may cost us our lives, but we can take those Wolfort curs with us. For Esfrost, for an end to
Ah, jeez, here we go.
We must blockade the mines. Soldiers, make ready.
Aye. No, they don't mean to. They would blow the tunnel at the cost of their own lives?
So the idea is that they really want to take us out. They absolutely want to knock us out first. Okay. Okay, unit placement. What are we looking at for the battle? Okay. So there's a good number of units here. I think, let's see, everyone's level 26, so I'm gonna need to be careful. Oh, and the explosives can just detonate. Got it. So this is a timed battle in that sense too. That's worrying. Interesting. Select units to deploy. Who's recommended? Milo, Ian's. Why is Ian's not in here? Medina's really good though, so I might want to keep her around. These two are recommended. Why is Frederica not in my team? How dare? I will swap out Narv for... I need Frederica to get leveled up anyway. Even though I really like Narv, I want Frederica to be stronger. Eridor's not on here either. Picoletta's level 24 too? Man, that's wild. Ah, I need to level up Roland too. What? Oh, it's because they're...
I'll do my best.
Okay. I'd honestly prefer to bring characters like Eridor. Details. All right, let me look really quick. Flanagan has 24 and 36 versus 26 and 36. I think the only difference is the movement, isn't it? Movement for... Actually, no, his movement's the same. It's just a it's a verticality thing. Ah. I see. Okay. No, wait, go back. No, go back. Question. All right, no. Okay. Can I see the menu, please? I forget how, why is my brain just shutting off really quick? Can I keep pressing roster like that's gonna keep like that's gonna change anything? Oh, it's B, Doi. Every now and then I always forget. Every now and then it's just, you know, like the controls just kind of leave your brain. Just woo. There they go. Alrighty. I absolutely need to see what I can do. Let's see what I can do for... Alright, promotions. Who can I promote? Roland can be promoted up to elite. Let's see. Interesting. Okay. I do think I should probably work on... I definitely should be working on... I probably should work on... I'll just work on Narv. Increases the range of command abilities by 1. What does command abilities mean? I think that might just be spells, so... That would also, I think, put Narv squarely ahead of... No, it wouldn't, actually. Lady Luck. Flanagan can also get put up to elite, which would be good. Oh, I have 2. Okay, so that's really important. Tough thing with choosing 2 characters to promote is that I really want Frederica to be stronger. That is definitely a favoritism thing, but to some extent it's because I really want to I want to have Frederica in the battle. Just makes sense to me. Hewitt also could be fantastic right now. Also, Milo would be really good to work on because if she's stronger, then that would be fantastic. You know what? For the sake of getting everybody that I want in there, I also really want... kind of just want the main cast. I really do. I'm thinking Hewitt, and because if Hewitt's stronger, that would be fantastic. I'm thinking Hewitt and Frederica, because I think controlling range would be important here. Corentin is still just recruit, no medal. Oh, no medal of valor required. I see.
Effort is rewarded.
Let me double check that, actually. Are you serious? Corentin. Oh, I have a lot of those. Yeah, you're right. Thanks for catching that, Gamria. Ooh. That would have been upsetting.
I'm not yet
that would have been upsetting. Let's see. So, TP plus on ice. Ah, okay. So, making ice... Okay. Yeah, the... good that we have that, at least. But I still have to decide where the last Medal of Valor is going to go. Some part of me wants to just toss it onto Frederica and just have her start blasting, because I want to level her up for during this grinding, but I'm not quite sure. I think it would be the best option, even, but I also know that Narv would be just good because I wouldn't have to worry about it. But kind of tough when I'm balancing against all these other characters that I'm currently working with. But too many decisions. You know, I'll worry about some of that later. Too many decisions. I'll do it later. Oh, hey, Piccoletta. I was throwing my ball the other day and everyone started clapping. Love it here. Do my best to put a smile on everyone's face. Oh, that's great. Hi, Milo. Okay. A level 25 one, which would be really tough. I'd advise holding on to the Valor. You can wait a bit longer. Yeah, well, it's kind of like I don't really have... that is fine. I don't really have the knowledge yet as to who I'm going to keep right now, so... probably okay, I just leave it for now. But that's okay. Let's see. Unit placement. Oh. Unit placement. Well, I do want to work on Roland and... keeps flickering, my bad. Let's see. I want to work on Frederica and Roland to see how they stack up. Also because I want to bring them to these fights. But Flanagan's movement is just... it is kind of too strong. But I want Frederica there at the end of the game, so... Medina's really good, so I can't really... The Asfrosti are generally strong against ice, though, so I probably do want to work on... I do want Frederica in this fight, because the Asfrosti soldiers are generally weak to fire. At least generally. should work on Roland, but I'm not sure who to swap out. I could swap out Flanagan for now, just because I need to just work on people. So.
And now to arm.
Okay. Back up really quick. Let's see, Anna. Swap. Let's see. Should probably put somebody who's gonna be higher up on the turn order up front. So we'll put Roland over there. There we go. Oh wait, you know what? I just remembered. System. I remember this. Hi on RPG, how's it going? Oh, I just saw the. All I'll say for chat is the question you asked, what's the biggest factor here? That's fair. Hi on. I just saw on RPG just hopped in. How's it going, man? This is it. Hi. Let's see. For the sake of making the grinding a little bit easier. Settings have changed. Yes, please. Alrighty. Game battle. Let's do it. Yeah, I definitely am looking ahead at the battles I'm going into and thinking I definitely need more experience, because this I could absolutely get clobbered if I'm not moving fast enough. Especially, you know, this map is a nightmare on hard on the first time. I thankfully have not been playing the campaign on hard, but man, I can only imagine how annoying it is on hard. Just both this map and the story map I'm on just absolutely could be bonkers. So I imagine that some of these maps are just awful on the hardest difficulty. Thankfully, this is a first playthrough, so I'm not I'm not quite shooting yet for trying to take it on the highest levels yet.
Now what to do?
Let's poison him. This will work. I played through the full game on hard and thought it was a slug, and I'm no strategy spring chicken. Ooh. That's pretty. It must be a really tough one then. If you really know what you're doing and it's giving you a lot of trouble, that's gotta be. Like a flash of steel and do a lot of damage. That's interesting. That's good. It's probably good to know, because I've been considering. If I'm gonna play this game more, I've considered that I might just focus on getting different endings rather than trying to take on. That was rather than Fire Emblem Three Houses Maddening. Ooh. Okay, I have not tried Maddening yet, and I am terrified to, because it sounds just ugh. All right, this guy's gonna go next though, so I'm gonna take him down. Not dealing with that. I only tried hard on my third playthrough. Does this game have New Game Plus? I don't remember quite off the top of my head. I also am not quite sure. Sweeping slash, hit everybody. Big damage.
Thought you had me, huh? Ha-ha!
I see a path to victory.
Let's see. I'm gonna plan for the future and give him 2 full turn. It does, but New Game Plus is really unique in this game. Oh, really? Intriguing. I will ask what you mean. Because as long as you don't talk like story related stuff, then I'm curious. I am curious though. Yeah, that's a good hit. You basically carry everything forward and the game scales up to match high level content. I see. Makes sense. That makes sense. So
count on me.
That's pretty good. Can I just Howdy. That sounds pretty close to other games, but I imagine that it's got to be a pain, just a real pain to even getting New Game Plus to work programmatically. It must be just annoying. If I'm being honest, it's got to be, because you have to basically set the game up to programmatically raise everything. And the fact that they did, that is something that should be appreciated. Oh no, Narf. I was happy with it because I put so much effort into grinding up character abilities to actually use them. That is 100% fair though. because it rewards the fact that you put all that effort and investment in, so you can actually try them out later.
We will make our ideals reality.
I do think must have been a ton of work. I think the balancing, because a lot of this comes down to both a numbers game and also a AI intelligence level. It's just got to be so much extra work to try and make something like that work. Let's see, throw poison, 1. That's the kind of stuff that it's actually, because I understand my limits I am a game designer who works 100% on the game side. I work alone. I am working on an RPG, but I've also recognized that I don't have the means to figure all that out.
Choices.
I legitimately don't have the means and the time. If I want the game to come out in a reasonable speed, I don't have the means to actually get the game out if I tried to do a New Game Plus. Especially just because of all the additional learning I would have to do to figure it all out.
So where shall we strike?
So I kind of made the decision to just not. Which, you know, it would be really cool if I could do that, right? If I could, you know, make a game that had a New Game Plus, that'd be great. But I also know my limits as a designer, so I kind of have to make my choices. And other larger companies do the same thing based on the factors of the game. Because some games just don't need a New Game Plus, but this one I feel like it would have been really a rough deal to try and say, oh, we don't need a New Game Plus for this. I do think that would have been a little harder to sell.
Try my level best.
I'll do my utmost.
She can stay right there.
I have to keep going.
Narv, you can go get the thing. Oh, you can cast. Well, yeah, you can cast Sanctuary on himself. That's fine.
Just hold on, everyone.
This is the kind of stuff that would be just nightmare for, because I think for smaller game studios, New Game Plus has to be just, if somebody ever asks about it, it's got to be a stretch goal for, you know, like a patch later. Because I don't think you could reasonably throw down, oh, we should just do New Game Plus right at the top. I think that's one of those stretch goals. Balancing for New Game Plus, that's rough. Yeah, and I've only, you know, thought theoretically about, oh, if I were to make a New Game Plus for my game, what would that look like? And just, not only is it the balancing, but how do you program it so, because you have to figure out, what, it's also worth noting in terms of effort. Exactly. Like, I think, because I think the effort is well spent, but it could be, because if in certain games, I think New Game Plus really helps. But there are some games that just don't work it. Triangle Sanity built out entirely new mock battles for New Game Plus to give new content to experience. That's interesting. So I wonder if they planned at the beginning that, like when they're designing the game from the top, they probably did have the thought of, oh, we're going to have New Game Plus, because that's the kind of decision you can't make just off a cuff. So if they added new mock battles accordingly, then that is definitely a decision that would have been absolutely just, oh, we need this to be in the game. Just to make sure he gets leveled up, I will give twofold turn to Milo. Either that or they planned for a longer story built mock battles to match for the intended final level. I don't know. Because the story of this game is very well thought out. So I don't know if I'd believe it if somebody said that they had to cut back a ton of content for the story. Because that would be like really strange for them to do that. Ow. Oops, sorry. I accidentally bumped the microphone. But I think that if I had to take a guess as to what they were trying to do,
for the greater good.
My guess would be that they planned it out. Yeah.
I fight for peace.
But that's a guess, though. Of course, you know, if the actual event is something I'm not privy to, so I don't know. I'm just taking a guess from experience, but even my experience is limited, so I only have so much to work with. I just know how much work it is to balance an RPG because I've been trying to do that, and I'm still not even done with that job. And I'm one person making a relatively small scale RPG. I imagine that this kind of design absolutely is just because these guys are designing a game that's far more complex than, I would reasonably say, more complex than mine, because that makes sense in my head. That of course it's more complex. You know, it's like this is a great deal more programming than mine is, and I know that I know for certain. Especially because they have to handle not just the number game, but also the graphical and everything that goes into the system, you know, like doing all the maps and stuff, and because you're not just balancing out the characters by their numbers, you're balancing them out by how do they use positioning and how do they use other components of the game. Mine is a turn-based RPG. I have to balance numbers, but there's a fair bit I don't have to worry about, like position. I'm also balancing a game where you're one person versus usually a group of people, so I have to balance out enemies so that they're able to be handled in a group on one setting. Okay, who are we dealing with in this battle? We have 12 people in total. Okay. This is level 25, so I should probably bring Flanagan. I should. But who to take out?
My shield is impregnable.
We'll take Flanagan, but that's because we might need him. I've heard that the developers have done a fair number of. Oh, you know what? I should probably take a look at what I'm dealing with. That was rash of me. I know that the game developers have done interviews before, so I should definitely take a read of those because that would actually be very educational. Do this, that, these and those. No one knows. This. Got it. But the trouble is that when you can only guess so much from the outside when it comes to game development if you don't know what's going on. So I can only take an educated guess, but I don't know. I just applaud what they were able to do and their effort because this game is amazing. Let's see, what can I do? Okay, planned ahead. I will say playing Marvel vs. Capcom 3 has been exceptional for my plan making skills because I've had to learn how to react to things. I've had to speed up my reaction time, so I think I'd like to say I'm getting a bit better at the whole I need to figure out what I'm doing rapidly.
You can catch me.
Okay. She'll face this way.
I won't lose.
Roland is absolutely going to get crushed if I do that. Let me think. If I get rid of some of the environment, I might be able to clear out. I might be able to clear out some things for myself. Let's see. Shadow Stitching Arrow almost puts him down, so that's really good. That's a fantastic shot. I didn't realize who that was. Mercenary sword fighter. Okay. Interesting. I kind of just saw, oh, armor.
And where shall we
But
strike?
that's important. That's important to know. If I hawk dive, that's a waste of 2, but that would also put them down. I'd rather not have any more ranged options in their hands, so this is important.
Let us pry out their weakness.
Okay. Whenever Anna goes, she'll need to go twice.
We make it up here.
I'm pretty sure Benedict can manage this turn, so it should be fine. You know that the AI is confused when they start doing that kind of thing, where they're like, what do I do? What do I do?
Here I come.
Narv, Wait, oh, I forgot. Wait, no, Frederica's right there. I was about to say, where's Frederica? Let's see. Okay, by that logic, yes. Tase the bird. Excellent. I actually, just thinking about, I was trying to think of games that don't need a New Game Plus, and actually one of my favorite games of all time doesn't have one, and I actually think if they ever added one to it, it would be just awful, is Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories for the Game Boy. I played it on the Game Boy first, so kind of weird, but it worked out. But that game, it has two different stories, basically, that are the same length, essentially. I think Riku's story is shorter, now that I think about it, but that game, the key thing is that the carrying the cards over wouldn't mean anything, because a lot of it comes down to fate, to chance, in terms of what you get from the cards. So if you just kept bringing in more and more cards, the game would just become moot, because you'd be able to have a deck building option that just there would be nothing left, right? It would be pretty lame. And I think that by making it so you have to stick with what you get, and granted, you can grind for more cards, but it kind of becomes pointless to do so after a certain point. Mainly because of how the game's mechanics work. It doesn't feed into New Game Plus very well. But I think RPGs, especially I'm thinking about Dark Souls, right? Because Dark Souls is, I think, the epitome of, oh, we're gonna have a ton of New Game Plus ability. And this ain't ideal. And that game, I think, with New Game Plus, it's very hard to say that it just shouldn't exist, to be honest. Because and also thematically, being able to replicate, being able to constantly go through history is kind of part of the story, so. Blazing Chains. So, but I think if any developer is going to do New Game Plus, it should absolutely be planned from the start. Because trying to do it later is just asking for a disaster. That would destroy the walls, so that's... Interesting. I'm gonna put that on Milo. I like how mock battles seem to encourage you to experiment and be creative. For instance, this one is a contest of mobility, positioning, and terrain. That is extremely true. Because it's also an inverse of one of the other ones. So the fact that the mock battles often, they give you what would be considered the advantageous terrain. They give you that first, so that you can learn how the map works when you're on the defensive, because taking the tactical defense is always stronger as an option. Primarily due to the fact that most battles, if you're on the defense, you're going to win. And this is true in modern tactics. It used to be that it was more pitched because, well, more pitched. I say that, you know, as quite frankly, as a matter of perspective. Battles used to be generally more even before the advent of firearms. And medieval battles, even if you had ranged options, there were ways to get around that, such as having a shield line going through siege towers, which were generally impregnable when put in the face of my brain just turned off for a moment there, but when you compare them, when you have the ability to render a lot of those options kind of pointless, because it means that the battles are more even. But magic actually kind of is the equivalent to gunpowder in my mind, because the ability to attack at range without detriment and being able to primarily fight at range means that you're going to be able to control the battlefield by staying away from your opponent. And magic kind of is the same thing. If we look at how magic is used in fiction, most of the time magic is like the rough equivalent to gunpowder, especially when it comes to what is possible in a fight. So, but the point is, though, is that going back to the point of this, the fact that they start you in these mock battles, they give you the easy one where they let you be on the defensive first, and then let you take a crack at being on the attack, where you have to take the high ground. And you have to reclaim that advantageous position. I think that's really cool, because that naturally shows progression in your strategic ability. Because if you're able to figure out, all right, how do I turn this disadvantage into an advantage? That's really good. Okay, can I cannot get Narv close enough to do anything yet. I also think his jump might be a bit rough. If I send him up the way, that'll also help.
Just hold on,
and the mock battles, I think, are a great way to allow. It also allows you to flex out your strategic ability, which I think is really important. I'll just shield bash this guy. Might as well keep his attention.
Over here.
I feel like what this game has done for me strategically, as well as just the learning experience of getting to talk about this game philosophically and also strategically, just so much of that has been, it's given me a lot to think about. It's been really cool to consider that when looking at my own stuff too. To a point, it did actually pretty much it started to cross over into other works I was doing, which is really cool. Let's get Narv up here.
Make the most of this.
Because it reinforced some of the lessons I've considered for my own writing when it comes to magic in battle, which I think is really cool. It's been really cool to be able to consider that kind of stuff in my writing. Oh man, we're nearing the hour mark. How's everyone doing today? I hope the title, hope everyone saw the title. My third book just released today. It went live on Amazon, and I'm very proud of it. I'm also proud of myself, but that goes without saying.
Stay right
but
there.
It's not just pride that drives me on. It's also just,
For a better world.
I'm really just genuinely happy with the fact that I'm able to, you know, make work like this.
Where was I?
Ah, you should be. That's a lot of dedication. Thank you, on RPG. He can't jump that high. I've been working as hard as I can for the last year, about year and a half now. I started last January working on my own works for the first time. As it's kind of it's I missed. And with that book complete, it's interesting because now with that book complete, I actually have. Oh, thank you for following on RPG. Thank you so much. Oh man, thanks, man. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Oh man. Every time I'm so happy that I don't think the endorphin release of somebody following never goes away. And I hope that's something that never changes. I don't want that to ever happen. If I ever have a feeling where I'm like, I'm just kind of like, I know that something went wrong, right? But I'm like, man, thanks, man. It means a lot. It really does. Yeah. My train of thought just got interrupted. I interrupted myself. No one else needs to derail my train of thought. I will do it myself. But the last year and a half, my first year working for myself was actually kind of part of my graduation gift. It's kind of weird, but basically when I graduated from college, I didn't ask for a thing when it came to because I was, you know, I was told, oh, you get a graduation gift, and I thought about it when I was you know, thinking about my what I wanted. I came to the conclusion that I didn't want a thing. I wanted time. I wanted time to just work on my own projects and just try to get like a foothold in working for myself. And I spent all of last year doing that. And I have a lot of projects in there. I have a lot of projects there, which includes the band camp where I put all my music, because I also do that. That's also where I wrote my first book. And I also started, and then this January I started streaming. And
Let us pry out.
I started my game last year about the end, but I wasn't. I kind of realized it would spill into this year because it's gonna take a while. But I think that all of this has given me a unique opportunity to experience being a creator in a way that I really want to be, which is I'm working on trying to hone all of my skills.
Time for some sorcery.
Because I want to make not just one thing, I want to make a lot of things. So I have too many ideas in my head to just do games or just do music or just do books. So why not all of it at the same time, all at once, everything, everywhere, all the time. I need to figure out what I'm doing. Let's see. If I do aerial assault, does that hit him? It does. Okay, then that's wasted movement. So what if I just hit him? It's really cool. Yeah. It's kind of a weird. It must be really confusing for other people who follow my Twitter. Working myself into retirement, then I plan to write full-time and stream part-time. So inspired to see someone doing it. Oh man. I think that's good though. I definitely think I should. I'll be honest. I probably should have, because right now, mostly just due to the job market, I've been applying to jobs, for the sake of so I can have a steady income. But it turns out when you don't have actual, you have a job. You have a job as your experience. Because I did work at a company for a while there, but it's interesting because I feel like I would definitely have better security, financial stability if I had started with, working a year or two at a job. But I do think this is where I want to be. And I'm really feeling like working for myself is where I want to be. And I've been having a lot of fun with it in the last year and a half, so I'm really hoping that it can keep going, And I think if you plan on writing full-time, if there's anything I could advise, unless you do it already, which of course then you're already doing it, is never let yourself go out of practice, because when you love something, it never feels quite like work, And that's kind of where I've been with a lot of my work. I have a good job, but it's something that's clearly taking years of my life doing it, so I'm living like a hobo and investing in a nest egg to retire, so while I have some years left. I think that's because thinking about it, that's a pragmatic approach. Something that should be, honestly, I feel like that should be, applauded, because it's definitely not the fun or, it's not the holistic approach. It's not the one that's going to be like, oh, I'm going to be super happy doing this job. And sometimes it is just a job. I'll be honest, when I worked at a company that was relatively local, I kind of realized I couldn't do it. Because, man, there is something about post-COVID offices that just too quiet for me. I was kind of being driven up the wall. Even when I had music on, it just kind of just went too hard into my brain. And I recognized I couldn't do it. But for the people who are strong enough to do that, to be able to hold themselves in a position that they do it not because they want to, but because they know they need to, I applaud that strength of spirit.
For victory.
And a lot of people will talk down on themselves saying, no, it's not that cool. It's, I'm working a job. It's like, yeah, but you're able to do something that you're able to maintain resilience despite it, which I think is worth applauding. Also, because I think a lot of people forget that just because a way of life is different doesn't make it better or worse.
To lead, I must grow.
But I think that's a very intelligent approach on RPG. But I would highly advise, if you're able, and I think it would also help with the job, is because I actually wrote short stories, because I have a short story collection out, but I think practicing and being able to try is really important. I guess interestingly, when it came to publishing my books, it's entirely free to do so. Like I've been writing a book for like 7 years to keep up my skills. That's very cool. What's your book about? I know this is a celebration of my book, but say how little time and energy I have to focus on it. Any progress is progress. And I almost don't want to say my timeline for how long it took me to get mine out, but that's because I was focused solely on the book for the time period I worked on it. And most people don't work at the speed I do, because my brain is just, if I get on a task, I hardwire to it. I hook to it and I just sit there. And my brain is also just very screwy. It's very, I do not work on the same level because my work ethic is a different breed, to be entirely honest. And I don't think it's manageable for everybody. If somebody ever says that oh, you only do this, that's cool. My wife is like that. Yeah, but I think that even just getting that little bit of progress, you know, that extra 50 some words or something, right? Or even just 20, you got something and you have the means to show that progress. I can't say that that's still great, because you're still trying to put that effort in, and the characters that you're writing will definitely feel that, you know, because they'll know that you cared enough to keep coming back, and in response they'll be matured by your time. But also, this is the thing. This is what I do. This is essentially going to be my job. If I can maintain financial stability like this is going to be my job, where I just make things. So, but for people who don't get that luxury of time to just sit there and make stuff, then it's amazing to see that you're still able to do that. So I'm writing to my VP. I could tell you about my book after. Ah, very cool. Intriguing to write to the VP though. I'm gonna be thinking about that. This is fun narrative. I'm listening. It's cool because when I was working on my book, I started from a really, this one in particular, because each of them start from a different place. I actually started my first book, Valhalla Station. I refer to that book as my firstborn.
I will end this.
It's kind of a weird tick for me, but Valhalla Station was born from an idea I had about sci-fi, because it came from this just idea I had for if the future, like how I think the future might happen.
Too obvious.
And it's a bit comedic, a bit satirical, but it was a lot of fun to write that one. But the focus was always on the characters. I wrote down a lot of character stuff. I actually got the inspiration for how I'd come up with more characters. I came up with the idea from reading a book by Hirohiki Araki, the guy who did JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Because he had this idea for characters where he has these character sheets, and there's like 70 different things in this. There's 70 different traits, like handedness. Have they ever broken any bones? Do they have any... what were their formative experiences? And it's a lot of stuff that just, when you read over it, it's a ton of detail. Taking the time to work on it and write those characters out was so interesting to me that I had to try it. And taking the time to try that out just for the fun of it was so interesting, and it was just fun. So I decided to take it up a notch with this new book with Greenwalker, because it's called Idola Tales Greenwalker, but I call it just Greenwalker because I think I'm gonna know the book in my heart as just Greenwalker, right? This is a 2/3 chance for the slumber stab. Hope I did I get it? Eh? Is he asleep? He is not. That's unfortunate. Uh-oh.
I hope you're watching, Grandfather.
But with Idola Tales, I thought I'd take it a step further by combining my love of D&D with it. Because I run a D&D game for my friends, and I don't think I'll ever stream it, but it's definitely something that I've really had a lot of fun working on. So the battle ends when the commander goes down. Reasonable. But when I was working on that, I decided to start from, well, what if I took all of the major characters in the story and made D&D character sheets? Running D&D for my friends helped my writing so much. It honestly is amazing how much it affects writing. Especially because it also accentuates style, I think. Let's see. What do I need to think about? But What I did though was I used standard point array, which is basically, for people who don't play D&D, is you have 6 numbers where it's 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. And by making my characters using that, I always ensured that I knew what they were best at and what they were worst at, which is really important for writing characters. Let's see. I definitely need to be stronger. So I will take another crack at this one. But by doing so with a book, I also, because it's also a fantasy book, I actually took the classes into account. Because if you're writing something else, you could, you know, just use the stats as a kind of like a metric. But what I did was take those characters and say, all right, well, what if I take that and actually use the classes as a basis for what they're capable of? And that doesn't mean I followed the rules all the time. I think the main character is exceptionally a case of that, where I basically sort of homebrewed a subclass for either Ranger or Paladin for what happened there. I'm not quite sure, but her character sheet is just wild because it's a mess. It's a mess. But I did that for every character, and I also did the Araki method where I wrote down all this information about them. Who do I need to work on? I should be bringing Medina into this fight, but... I should probably bring the characters that the map recommended, so... Take out Eridor for now. I'm gonna bring Flanagan. Where is Flanagan? He's up top, isn't he? There he is. But working on that was really fun, and I think the experience of working with characters in this method was really fun. And it's not a method for everybody, I think, especially because it's a bit obtuse and it's a lot of extra prep work, and some people don't write like that. I happen to thrive in planning, not just in, because I don't write character arcs down. I write down basic ideas for the arcs and what they are, but to me, if the characters are well written enough and well thought out, then all I have to do is put the characters in the position, in a situation, and then from there they'll be figured out. I need Medina on the field, so trying to think of who to bring for this battle, but I'll bring Ian's, and I'll bring, you know what, swap out Roland. If I need to, I'll train more, but we'll see. This should be fine. But yeah, keep saying but, I don't know why. Just it's really cool though to work on a story like that, especially because I've essentially turned my D&D world into my, because I have 2 fictional universes I work with, and they're often paralleled to each other to a certain point, which is mostly for my ease of understanding, but also because it helps me out a fair bit. And the 2 worlds, I have my sci-fi, which is Valhalla Station, and I have my fantasy, which is Greenwalker. And with the fantasy one, it's basically my D&D world, but if I need to, it's kind of, oh, I'll change out certain things, right? Like race names, if they're, you know, copyrightable. Or stuff like, even down to abilities, or, because there are certain things where the magic, I explained it in a different way. I've been planning to publish about my D&D cave for the book. I've worked on kind of test the waters. I will say, publishing a book, in terms of publishing the book, has become far easier now, primarily due to Amazon. Because Amazon has absolutely just like changed the game when it comes to publishing. Because I published my book through Amazon's KDP, the Kindle Direct Publishing. I'll be honest, that is insanely strange to me. Because while you're not going through a dedicated publisher who can sell your book to stores and will just do all that work for you, you publish it basically for free. You're not paying anything, and you're not doing anything to get it out there. you're just quite literally saying, I want my book out there on Amazon, and they print it for you, and you decide the price, and you do all that, and it's there. It's just out there, which is wild. And the only thing that I have to do is just advertise it, really. Because the thing Amazon doesn't do as well, if you're not an established author, it's really hard to get your books to sell. And I've done, the best I've done is to try and keep my prices as low as reasonably possible. Like, as long as I'm making some money off of it, I don't really care how much I'm making. Because to me, if I sold enough copies, if I sell a ton of copies, that's better than if I sold like a couple copies for a lot of money. Like, it's not worth it. To me, it's just not worth it to say, oh, I'm gonna just say, well, why not? Why don't I just sell it for a ton of money? It's like, well, no. I'll sell a lot of copies if they're actually affordable books, and also if they're good. So I'd rather, you know, make these stories affordable, and also just make it so that they're fun. So, because why write if not for the people reading? And that's kind of been the thing that's on my mind when it comes to how I do my own stuff. When it comes to my music, I keep it as low as possible. When it comes to, I mean, most of my stuff's on Spotify anyway, so it's kind of like, well, listen for free. It doesn't really matter. But, you know, it's anywhere that my stuff can be bought, I keep it low because my philosophy is that I want to... The only reason I'm making money is to make sure I survive comfortably long enough to make more things. I actually took that idea from Walt Disney. Because to me, it made sense that I should be making things for the sake of making things. I shouldn't be making things to make money. That doesn't make sense. Because once you start doing something for the money, that's when it becomes a job. And that's when you start only doing it for money. The only thing you're thinking about is...
This is my way of doing things.
Because then it's like, oh, I'm not going to do it if I'm not making money. It was actually proven in a psychological experiment once that once you put an extrinsic value on something, it becomes very hard to justify to that person. Because they did an experiment where this guy came down and my plan has money covered before I jump into it. That's a wise decision. I guess that's where I'm also just kind of a weird human being. Because this, to me, is fun. When I work on my game, the desire to constantly improve my mind overrides any frustration I have if like, say I have a programming problem, right? Like, say I don't know how to program X or whatever the problem is. But when I solve that problem, the catharsis of solving problems outmatches any frustration I have in the moment. And in fact, that's kind of what drives me on, is just continuously improving. It's this internal, unending desire to improve. And it's never sated, ever. Which is also horrible, because my anxiety is insane. I've done well to manage it over time, but man, my drive to always want to be getting better has sometimes led me to be kind of neurotic. It also means that if I don't have a plan, I sometimes start to just get weird. I'm very much the guy who plans out a night out if I'm gonna go. I know exactly when I'll be somewhere, how, like, you know, I plan things down to, you know, the micrometer, basically, if I could. But that's just the person I am. But when I see other creative minds, I love seeing what they do, because I think, oh, but they do it this way. Why? And I want to learn that. Because if I learn how other people do things, then it means that I can better improve my own method. Can I throw poison down? I cannot. Hello, sir. But if you really truly love what you're doing, I think it makes it so much easier to handle. I think that's also true of life in general. Just there are a great many things that I think if you have the means to, if you love something even if it frustrates you, you have nothing. There's nothing else in your mind but just, you know, being able to work with it. Even because I think to truly love anything, it's a personal philosophy. So, you know, it's one of those things that can be. I would love to debate it, but I feel like to truly love anything in my head, I have to reconcile the flaws of it. Because to me, to try and say that there's no flaws in something I love would be a very grievous, it wouldn't make sense to me, you know? Because if I act like there's no problems at all with whatever it is, that just doesn't make sense. So if I look at something and I say, yeah, this is where I get frustrated, and I still say, but I love it, that's an even greater form of appreciation. It's actually where I've come to a lot of video games now, because I look at a lot of games and think, well, this part kind of frustrated me and this was a little odd, but I still sit there thinking, man, but this was an experience I loved. Because even despite those flaws, I found myself coming back and really enjoying my time. I think Shin Megami Tensei, the part that almost hit that point was, as I recall, I think it was I'd like to say it was fighting, what's his name? Oh, it's gonna kill me if I don't remember. It was Big Hentai Beast. What was his name? I should not have said that, but that is pretty much what he is. Something with an M. Lamu. Jeez, how the heck did I forget Lamu? He's freaking weird. Lamu. But there was the boss fight. The final boss fight with him is just a pain. There's no wind up, and you're in this adolescent part of the game where you're just strong enough where you can handle most things, and then Lamu is just a wholly different enemy. And your first playthrough, he is so annoying. He's the worst. But I fought through it, and then I found myself amazed because I was thinking, wait, what's next then?
I shall do what I can.
And this game has done that consistently, where even if I got frustrated, I'm looking at Booker. I'm looking at Booker right there, but
I'm behind you.
Looking at what frustrated me and understanding why it frustrated me, but then I realized, oh, but this is just a step in the journey. So what comes after Booker?
So it comes to battle.
And it took me further in. And I do think that it's going to be this mindset that I think will likely be the reason that I could unless something catastrophic happens in terms of my career, like if something happens that I just can't keep doing this, I'm fairly certain I could reasonably do this job for the rest of my life. Whatever form, and the nice thing is whatever form of a creator I take, I'll always be something, you know? I'll always be able to make books. I'll always be able to write music. I'll be able to make games. I'll always have something. And streaming has just reinforced my love of of making games. Ow. Because it's shown me a grander variety of games. And it's shown me just how much I have to learn about not just what I want to make, but what I want to play. It's great.
Light as a butterfly.
It's very hard for me to not be excited every time we load up a game, you know?
Take flight.
Good example is this weekend on Sunday, I'm going to be playing F-Zero GX. I've played F-Zero GX before, and I'm just so excited to get to share it, because also I'm going to be trying to beat it on the hardest difficulty too, which oh, that's going to be fun. I'm going to first play through it, you know, beginning to end on the normal difficulty, and then go back through to make sure I practice, because that is a game that's very unforgiving if you don't know what you're doing. Which, yeah, it's very unforgiving is a good way to describe that game, but oh, there's a barrier there, no wonder. Ah, blast. Do I have any items that remove silence? No. I'll just wait. This is fine. This battle is going fine. I didn't grab the item though. This mock battle will probably still vex me for a little bit, but that's okay.
At your command.
Let's see. Very good. If I drop... All right, so I drop this guy. You don't have to worry about getting bombed anymore from the top. That's good. Oh, hey. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, and he's gone too.
Allow me.
Ah, Frederica. Man, she has been just running around this whole thing the whole time. I definitely should have put her somewhere else. This is a little rough. Oh well. That's okay though. I think this grinding is a bit, it feels a bit superfluous to me, but I think it's just because I'm thinking I should get going, you know, get the lead out. We should take on that battle soon. But I also think, man, I'm going to be really mad with myself if I go to do that fight and I just immediately get crushed, right? That would be really frustrating. So I know it'd be better for me to just level up some. Okay, I should wait, no, Hewitt's got it. Hewitt's got it. This is fine. And I think streaming has also been a welcome... It's been a welcome chance for me to learn more about what other developers are doing. And now I actually have to kill the commander to get... Oh, that's rough. I should have kept him there by turning around. Oh well. That's okay. We all make mistakes. That's okay.
I shall try my level best.
Okay, if Hewitt can go up and grab the thing. Actually, Medina, how about you just hit that and get some experience? Easy. Easy peasy. And you can go up there.
Shall we dance?
Moon jump. I will say, Milo at first I was a little confused by, and I was also like, why is she so weird? But now that I know more about her and her character, I feel like this is true of every character except maybe Lionel. I feel like getting to learn more about the character, I've kind of come to really appreciate them. That's only because Lionel, I haven't gotten anything yet of him. You know, in terms of the bumping stuff. Apologies. It's only because so far I haven't seen more of his story. And I do wager that if I saw more of his story, I probably could come around to saying, oh, Lionel's really cool too. I think he's the only character that story-wise, I guess him and Archibald. Old man's kind of been just there. I do appreciate him upgrading all my classes though. So I can't talk bad about the guy who promotes my characters.
My turn.
Oh man. Archibald's story is fantastic, no worries there. Archibald's very good in the late game. That's kind of what I wondered, because I've seen his story and I thought Archibald was really cool, but it's just the fact that outside of his introduction, I was kind of like, oh, what else is there, you know? But I do know that as a character I have neglected him, and that is not good of me. I do know that much. Because I think it's because I got him at the wrong level. Story and power both come online together at the end. Ah, man. And I've been sitting here this whole time not using him because the worst thing for me about Archibald was that I got him. I was already a couple levels ahead of him, and then I was like, well, I still have Hewitt, so why would I? It mostly came down to how do I play this game, and it just wasn't how I play this game doesn't jive with Archibald as a like. I like Hewitt because Hewitt's mobility is something that I really require, especially out of my you know, archers. And I feel like Archibald is a character that it was just a matter of timing, far less than anything. So bad early game, I struggled too. His low movement and need for positioning are so at odds. Yeah, especially because of his abilities are so good, and then it's like, man, I wish I could actually get him on the field and get him to where he needs to be, which is just, it's tough. I can see him being extremely good. It's just I just didn't put the time and effort, which It was my choice. It was my choice, and I don't regret that. But it does tell me that next time I play, I should absolutely take a crack at trying to use him again.
For the honor of House Wolford.
Arknife. But that for my battles, I make a point to use the non-main cast, just make myself more flexible. As a result, I got the hang of everyone how to use all units. I know Medina both like that too. Medina, I started using Medina because actually Gamria mentioned that Medina's really good, and then I started trying her and I was like, oh, and it's mostly due to the circumstances, because I got Medina at about the same level that everyone else was at, roughly. So I didn't feel too worried about trying to level her up. Because, like, you see here, Medina's, and same, I always use microphones for the lowest level characters, which hard made really fun. Interesting. Yeah, I also did get lucky with getting Medina late, didn't I? That was probably the biggest break I got in terms of what I was getting. I definitely, if I had more time, I definitely would have approached this game on a very different level, just taking the time to do everything. But that's kind of the unique flaw in streaming, especially with an RPG. If you're streaming an RPG, the hardest thing you could do is try to make time to as you know, he'll be good. He is good. That's true. That is true, actually, Gamria. You are correct. I think the toughest thing, and I know me and Gamria have talked about this before, the hardest thing... Eridor Light. Yeah, I would say Lionel is pretty much Eridor Light when you first get him. But what I was saying though is that the struggle that I have. I fight for peace. Oh, you can upgrade his movement to 4. Interesting. I think the struggle I have thinking ahead, like thinking back, was if I look at how I just the characters I worked with. And also just what I was doing. I chose my characters and decided to just really hard commit to whatever I did, because it's the flaw of streaming, and it's the only con. If you're playing an RPG on a stream, you can't, unless people are really, you ask your audience if it's okay. But generally, I feel not pressured, but I feel obligated to try and keep things moving. So it's really hard for me to just sit and grind and try to just spend... Like, I couldn't spend the whole stream grinding, right? As much as I would want to. When I play games off camera, like off stream and stuff, if there's a game where I can benefit from, grinding something out, I'll do it, as long as it takes, right? But when I'm streaming, I don't have that benefit yet of just being able to say, oh, I'm gonna spend the whole stream not doing anything to move the story forward. To me, that feels irresponsible, right? But that's why I wouldn't stream this game on hard. I have seen a few people trying to, and it does baffle me that they're able to, just in general. Like, that's insane to me. Being able to stream this and being able to, actually just play hard. I don't know how you'd be able to do it. It's actually wild to me. Okay, I do need to buy more. I need more of this stuff. Okay, but let me first start by buying... All right, can I get any more up? Nope, I cannot get any more crafting materials. Got it. But yeah, that's kind of why I think it's the only real downside, I think, for streaming this game, is that I can't really not equip those now. It's the only downside, truly, right? Is that I can't stop the stream and just say, oh, I'm gonna grind a whole stream out, right? Because I can't do that. As much fun as it would be, I can't. So, but to make up for it, I have to just be either on the ball or know my strategy well, which has actually been a very fantastic challenge. Okay, I should probably buy items too, because I have the money for it now as well. Actually, wait. Yeah, I can just do that. Doy. Let's see. Just so I don't feel obligated to hoard all these. Poison recovery pellet. Oh, they made those super affordable so that you can use them for Medina. Oh, that's nice. And Yeah, that's. I think that's the. It is kind of the weakness of this, is that I absolutely can only. Streaming this doesn't mean that I have to, move quickly. I will buy these later, but not right now. And I think that's where I'm kind of. That's kind of where I'm at with RPGs. The same thing happened to Shin Megami Tensei, but I was grateful to a point that I didn't have to actually show the end of the game, because once you in that game, for some reason Atlas, the company who makes Shin Megami Tensei, has this weird rule. And finally sent that email. Oh, very good, excellent. But Shin Megami Tensei 5 has a weird rule where you can't, if you're streaming it, you can't show the end of the game, like the very end. Like there's a place called the Temple of Eternity. Once you enter that building, you're not allowed to show the game anymore on stream, even though people show footage of it all the time anyway. I followed the rules because I didn't want to, it's my first stream, it's my first big series on streaming. I don't want to get DMCA'd into oblivion because I broke a rule. Which also, and their reasoning for it was because they wanted the ending to only be available to people who played the game. Which I stayed up till 3 a.m. finishing it. Because I had to grind. Because the end boss is he's not, it's not that he's horrible, he's just awful. Which makes sense given who it is, but, it does make some sense, but it's also kind of like, it's going to end up on YouTube anyway, so I don't really know what that stopped people from doing. But, it's kind of, it's whatever. Let's see. Actually, I think if I upgrade Milo, that would probably be important. Either Milo or Medina. She has an ability called Lady Luck, which sounds really fun. Well, people will do what they want in the end. Yeah. It does make sense from a business standpoint, but I have my finger on the pulse of the internet, and I recognize that if I put my game out if enough people find my game, which might be the case, I don't know. Because I'm going to try and hand it to streamers so they can play it. I already know for a fact that people are going to, within about a week or two, if there's enough people playing it, they'll find all the secrets. That's not even like it's an inevitability. And they're going to be putting it on YouTube really fast. And it's going to be on Twitch. It's going to be on, it might even end up on TikTok, who knows. But it just will, I know that the secrets of my game are not ironclad. And I've just accepted that. That's part of my design. I think I'm going to upgrade Frederica, but that's because I just want her to be relevant later. Yeah, 100%. And it's funny because there's actually a secret in the game that I actually have a plan for in what I'm going to do about it as a developer. Because I'm going to make it, because I had the idea to make a secret that not only was mildly strange, but all 4 chapters of the 3 Hopes demo for all 3 routes, and it got released yesterday at 8 a.m. That's right! 3 Hopes got a demo released. Intriguing. I should probably play that at some point. But alright, I'm gonna do one more for the lock. Actually, no. You know what? I got an idea. Hey, Ian's, what can I do? That's what I mean though, is that the internet will figure things out much faster than I'd ever be able to handle. So it kind of doesn't make sense for me to say, it doesn't make sense for me to think, oh, I should just try, I shouldn't build my game around, it should be predicated on a secret. As much as I'd want the game to stay, certain things in the game to stay a secret for a while, I can't expect that to stay true for very long, if at all. Tempt all enemies within range for 1 turn. I want this open for later, so that's important, but... Ooh, speed or evasion, though? Actually... Yeah, evasion. If Milo gets hit, it's kind of game over, so... And I think by designing my game around the idea that I will definitely have my secrets, evasion. Yeah, I was looking at that and I'm like, yeah, evasion. Yeah, because the OR upgrades, you know, you're allowed to switch back and forth. They're 2-in-1 deals. Wait, what? Oh, they are. Oh. I didn't actually know that, Gabrielle. Do you know how long I thought that was like, oh, you have to suffer. I didn't know that was just, oh, you get to choose later. That's very helpful. That's crazy. Now I'm thinking about it. See what you like. Ooh, that's very good. That's important, actually. That's much more important than I realize now. I do need the effect of haste up, though. It was in the original tutorial for the upgrades. Oh man, but that was I think that was such a long time ago. I don't remember anything. Oh yeah, this is a lacrosse stick. Oh, that's neat. You know what's funny? I didn't know that until I played Shin Megami Tensei 5 that the Japanese play lacrosse. Like, it's a big thing over there. You can read the tutorials again. I probably should. I might glean some new insights. I didn't know that the Japanese play lacrosse. That was cool though. Also, I also didn't know that they don't really have a thing about clowns. You know how we have people in America who are afraid of clowns? They don't really have that in Japan because they have the kabuki theaters. So they don't ever actually have that whole, oh, they're like people being afraid of clowns. It's not even really a thing that people have over there, which is fascinating to me. I don't know, it's just really cool. I have no money. That's interesting. And having learned that though, it makes Piccoletta really interesting to me because she's a clown who plays lacrosse, which most people wouldn't think is a Japanese thing, but that's actually pretty Japanese. You know what I am gonna do? System save. Okay, save the game. All right. Oh, that's right. System options. Battle settings. Wah! Normal. Hey. Controller. Don't. Good. Save. Okay. Leave encampment. Alright, we're gonna take a try. Unless it's Hisoka from that one anime. That clown has issue. Oh, Hunter Hunter. Man. I really want to watch Hunter Hunter. I've considered sitting down and just watch something. I'm horrible about watching anime. Or just actually watching anything in general. Because video games are kind of my preferred method. I'll be honest, it's just how I like things. It's mostly just my preferred one. Kabuki's an interesting effect on the fear of matter, yeah. Well, it's like, if you're always around people who have face paint, it's kind of like, oh yeah, you're definitely going to be more, like, you're going to be more... I actually don't recommend Hunter x Hunter. I think it's one of those things where I've heard that it can go both ways. I don't know. But with the fear of clowns though, when you're around people with face masks all the time, it's like it's super interesting for the like 26 episodes, but it gets weird and kind of lost slowly after that. That's interesting. I think from what I've heard, there's a certain point where you're either really into it or you just kind of like it loses you. I do know some characters due to playing... I played Jump Force when that came out, which is... That's a game. Stuck it out for maybe 75 episodes and gave up. Interesting. It's one of those things where I might read the manga instead. I feel like reading is a lot easier for me to take in anything that's been made into an anime. If I'm being honest. Just makes more sense to me. Okay. Let's see the stage overview. Don't get me started on Jump Force. Explosives. The explosives set by the enemy are detonated on timer. Move next to the enemy explosives and disarm them before they detonate. Got it. Minecarts. Rail go blue and a rail could be used. Opposite area selection. Okay. Yellow panels indicate call stations. Yep. Okay. I was sorry if they went behind the curtain and played that. I was in gaming journalism and got invited into the VIP room of the Bandai room, and they told me the synopsis. I was sorry if they went behind the curtain and played it. Ah. I feel like my relationship with Jump Force is... It's odd, because at E3... Oh, jeez. Man. I definitely feel like my relationship with Jump Force is primarily comes down from... It comes down to... It was at a very... Plus, you'll be waiting forever for Hunter to finish. The author's on hiatus most of the time. Yeah, true. I think if I'm going to start reading manga regularly again, I might start with Naruto because I already have a few volumes from when I was in middle and high school, so...
Comrades, we will seal off the mines, whatever it
Might
takes.
be what I do. But with Jump Force, it was interesting because...
If it costs us our lives to destroy our enemy, so be it.
We've no hope if they set off the
No,
explosives.
takes martyrs. Yep. But the I feel like when it came to Jump Force, it was the fact that it came out at like a very, I would like to say a very crucial time, because it was the one release on my 3rd year of college, and that year was pretty tumultuous for me. So it was one of those it came at a good time kind of things. So it was definitely a that game came out at a very important time, and it was something I could look forward to. And the gameplay itself it's solid. It was okay. I had a lot of fun with it, but that's because I came into it with seeing it because I saw it from the outside and said, "Man, this looks weird." And I just tried to enjoy myself. Yeah, it was still kind of like but you know, it was one of those things where I think it's because of the fact that it came at a very specific time. I really did have the thought of, yeah, this is probably really important for me. Defuse the explosive. Ha! Having Milo right there, I was able to just turn it off right away. That's amazing. The character builds are cool concepts. They just need a smoother system like, say, Xeno. If it was... No, straight up. If they did it just like Xenoverse 2, especially in terms of optimization, oh, that game would have been it would have probably won Game of the Year. Well, or at least, you know, like Fighting Game of the Year or something, but still.
My arrow flies
It's one of those things that it would have... I think if they had taken more from Xenoverse, they definitely would have had a better time. Because Xenoverse did such a good job taking anime characters and, you know, doing the whole thing where you take other moves from other characters and putting them on, you know, put them on whatever character you want. That was super seamless, you know? Oh, they put a bomb down. Uh-oh.
All right, the rest of you, keep going. Blow up the tunnel and seal off the mines.
Damn. We need to hurry before the explosives
I think this is the most fun map. I feel like because there's a secondary objective, it's really it keeps everything from getting, you know, because you're worried about getting those explosives too. So you have a secondary objective and a primary objective. I think that's really good. I actually think that's why. Funny thing, talking about Xenoverse, I feel like any game with a mission that is twofold, where you have the primary objective and the secondary objective, I feel like those are a lot more fun. Also the minecarts. Yeah, and the additional mechanics, it doesn't feel like they're just tacked on. They feel natural. And that's really cool because it feels like, oh yeah, we have all these new wrinkles in the plan. And these minecarts do a fantastic job of doing that.
I hope you're watching, Grandfather.
Okay, what can I do? Okay, I need Narv further in because I can start dealing with that healer back there. Oh, no. This? No. How do I get on this minecart? That's odd. Can I get on? No. Am I losing something here? Running people over with minecarts is legit. It's worse than fall damage. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, what am I looking at here? Why is it not... For some reason, this minecart just doesn't want to move. Like, I can't... That's odd. Huh. That's weird. Very weird. Might as well hit that guy. When you just tell your character to stop where you want them to on the other side. That's very good. Oh! Minecart movement costs a unit movement. Okay, got it. That makes a lot more sense. Got it. I don't know why that didn't click in my head. Huh. What items do I have? Precise spice. I'm just trying to figure out why it's not letting me board why it's not letting me board it either. It isn't clear. I played a third of the level before I realized how to use them. Calling the cars in action, but moving costs movement. Okay. I'm looking at this and it's like, okay, why can't I get on the cart though? Does it be up here? Maybe. We'll stay here for now. That felt like such an idiot. I start typing to how to do it to streamers right away. That makes sense though. I mean, this is like, oh yeah, if you don't have this figured out, it could probably be like a super pain. I also need to get somewhere, so do that. Took me a while to understand that riding the carts works the same way as with the pulleys. Oh, okay, that makes. Oh, wait, the pulley. Let's see. That would pull me up to 9 with Serenoa. That'd be good.
Make the most of it.
I will absolutely need to figure this out faster because this is. I'm trying to figure this out and it's like, oh.
My growth is
So calling the cart is an action, which makes sense. But moving it costs movement. So I need to get. So do I get in the cart and then move, or do I? Okay, that bomb is still active though, and I need to get to it.
Now then, to work.
Okay, so cannot stand by. What does that mean? So what's up with this one? I can't use it. Love having people on opposite sides of the track and chain running them over. It's probably really cool. I just can't figure out why it's being weird. Sereno moves next, you'll figure out how it works. Use Anna's action to understand the cards, you'll see. Okay, got it. I will just do that then. I'm gonna throw this down.
Ice wall.
Looking at the turn order, yeah, Anna will probably go first. I want to hit that guy so bad. It's so bad. Okay. So I see. I understand now how this works. Very good. I see now. My brain has been opened. Go to sleep, young man.
Silence.
Go to sleep. Very good. Oh, and I have 2 full turns, so I can turn you off. Diffuse. You are not allowed. Shut. Just shut. All right, let's see. Those guys are going to be there, so I can just turn back to that. Very good. All right, that worked out. I think getting rid of these bombs as fast as possible is probably a wise decision. Okay, can I cannot quite do anything with the cart yet. Oh, that's because the railing over there is broken. I see. I will call the cart. Bring me the cart. I got it. Oh, man. Anna with 2 full turn is actually terrifying. That's what I was scared of with Booker, was that he was the most terrifying boss fight I think in this game. Let's see. What to do? I think it'd probably be wise to start stealing TP from these guys, but between the ice and the enemy, you have no movement of Serenity to use the cart. That is correct. That is accurate.
Hey.
Okay, I need to get her out of there. Ah.
Here I come.
Okay. This music is also an actual bop, though. I like this music. I don't know. It's just really cool. The way they included the industrial sounds of mining into the music is really cool. I like that a lot. Okay, okay, that's not gonna work. I need to think very carefully about my next move. There we go. Sereno, unless you start already on the cart call spot. Okay. I think I overextended with Milo again. Yeah, I definitely overextended with Milo again. Milo, just dodge! I swear, every time. Characters with high evasion, like Corentin, same thing. Oh, you're gonna dodge, right? You're gonna dodge, right? That's alright. That's okay. That's fine. We'll make it work.
To victory!
These guys are pretty cracked. Ah.
For the people.
There is no
I shouldn't have overextended anyway. That was a tactical error on my part. All right, let's get Raging Beast on Anna because we need to start beating people up.
It is time to strike.
Yeah, it was. I recognize that these guys are cracked, but I also recognize my own tactical error, and I keep making it too. I do know that I have a problem with overextending, and that is something that I know I do, which is why I'm so frustrated I keep doing it. It is mildly frustrating that I keep doing it, but I don't think it's out of a place of like, oh, I'm just gonna, you know, whatever. Like, you know, I'm gonna. It's not that I don't think about it. I think it's because my brain just goes, you need to do something about this enemy, and you need to just get there. And I put faith in her ability to dodge, which I think is good of me to do that. But on New Game Plus, they have a mock battle where you play on this map.
I'll make you proud.
Interesting. Objective survive 100 turns. Sounds sick. It's crazy. Let's see. Oh, I see it. Can I haste? Haste would get her up to turn 9, which would put me ahead of some people. You're already hasted. You don't need to be hasted. You're good. Why not? Let's haste Hewitt. That was a wild ride to finally beat. I feel like if I am to play this game again, it will probably be New Game Plus. Basically, have this solid state scenario out solo via the rail carts to win. Interesting.
So it comes to battle.
Imagine the sheer amount of planning you have to do would just be crazy.
Aim steady.
That's really sick. I am also kicking around what first I played this level saw big was. I figured I had to bring high movement. Careful to decide where to go. I definitely think my biggest error was in deciding to. It was definitely more I think just accidentally throwing Milo too quick ahead was just my big issue. I think defusing the bomb could have waited. All right, he's paralyzed. That's good. Okay, I absolutely need to get here though. Think about it. Yeah, I'm gonna take out this battle mage. Having everyone stuck in the first section is the worst case scenario. That makes a lot of sense. I'm looking at it. We'll grab this though. Mine.
Too easy.
This one's. I feel like this map. The toughest thing for me is, because I fight aggressively. Gamri has seen me he's seen me enough. I'm very much the mind of strike like lightning, which, you know, that's not really a great methodology for handling some of these fights, and I've realized that, especially given how I play this game. It's just my philosophy with trying to plan a battle is strike like lightning, and when I can't do that, I start, you know, I kind of go too fast, honestly. First time I played this level, Hewitt rode a bird while the bird was inside a moving minecart. It made my night. I was about to do that, but then I was like, I probably shouldn't do that. Should have though. It would have been funny. Let's see. Can I land any hits? No. Can I hit this guy? 75% for immobility. I'd like that. Struck by lightning gets you struck by lightning in this game a lot. Yeah. Trying to go too fast has definitely been my greatest it's in a lot of cases being aggressive helps, but I am absolutely not. It's one of those things where I know that I overextend rapidly, because my thought is if I take out certain enemies very quickly, then the enemy will be gone before I have to worry. Me striking hard and fast pointless. If one, you can't reach the enemy, two, your unit dies in the process. Yeah, and I definitely think I make that mistake too often. And I really need to kick myself out of doing it, because it happens way too often. Usually it's Serenoa or Milo that has that happen, though. Actually, I think Serenoa is the one who's consistently gotten taken out the most due to that very problem. Like, that is kind of like... I definitely think that has been one of my greatest flaws. Okay, I'm just gonna use the ranged Firestone at this point, because at this point, why not? Whoosh. Felt so wrong after the game. Joe cautious played in my head. Yeah, I think that the maps that I do best at are the ones where I can strike, just go as fast as I can, right? Because those feel the best to me on RPG. Knowing who to strike fast, not just who's in front of you. That is extremely true. I definitely know that is something I definitely should have done.
A wasted effort. Too obvious.
I definitely think I should, if I had a better grasp on who to strike and when, I probably would be a lot better off. Okay, I'm gonna get my boy here. That mage is still paralyzed. Archibald from Max Range's ICBM attack is always the answer. That sounds about right. I imagine the old man would definitely be capable of just high ballistic damage. Actually, I'm gonna pull back and heal myself.
Be at ease.
I absolutely think if I could even just show just a slight bit more caution in my strategies, I probably would be far more efficient. But I recognize that is my grander flaw is just I know that I'm aggressive though. And sometimes I just have to account for that when I'm planning. Is I have to say about your magic equal gunpowder comparison. That's how I operate as well. Yeah, I prioritize destroying. I remember being taught by Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, which is a weird place to learn this strategy. The Nick Fury at one point says, "Always go take out the gunners first. They'll just keep sniping at you if you don't." And that advice has stuck in my head for a weirdly long amount of time. And if you leave ranged options out, you just keep leaving them out. Like, there's an archer there. I really wish I could get rid of him right now because, man. Okay, how many turns does this have? 44 turns? Okay, I need to get there now. I do need to get there soon.
Too easy.
They act weird and are hard to predict. The thing I found that thing makes Booker scary will make your endgame fight scary, though this might be on hard. Some of the key enemies have an AI that's different than standard units. No, Booker was doing the same thing. Because he would like selectively pick out targets during the fight. And I did note that. I just didn't know how to counter it. Besides like raw force, right? Okay, actually, I want Serenoa. Here. I think. Booker's the very first enemy I saw do it. Yeah, I think that's because Booker's meant to, I think Booker, like the other enemies like him, he's meant to represent the absolute highest of the enemies. And it's not just through virtue of his, just his level. It was virtue of his strategy. Because that enemy is the first one you run into where he just kind of starts, he has like the weirdest amount of ability. Do we have... No. I'm just gonna strike. He sat still for 5 minutes on me, so I thought he was stationary. Interesting. I remember when I fought Booker, the problem I had was that he would constantly go for... What was it? I remember he would go for a lot of my ranged options first. Like, he would wait for me to get in closer after losing a few units and then just kind of start tackling. He also Booker kept knocking out. Booker relentlessly would knock out both Serenoa and Roland, which would leave me with like very few defensive option, which was extremely hard to fight with. Okay, this gentleman is gonna keep chasing Gila. That's fine.
I hope you're watching, Grandfather.
All right, good. Now then. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized you could shock the rails. Fighting with Aaron is scary, but I just found the right strategy for them. Yeah. I just realized you could zap the railings.
My turn.
Ooh. Hello. Man. Can I throw poison? No. I could surmount, though.
Come get me.
Hello. My good man. Best map. So many options. The ability to do that, though, is so hilarious. The fact that I can actually tase the railings is so cool. That's insane. That's just, like, that's such an attention to detail that you don't need, you know? Like, they didn't need to do that because that's something that just, it's extra programming, that's extra thinking. And they were still like, yeah, but we want to do it. That's amazing. That's great. Also, the enemy runs their own over. I laugh every time. Yeah, every time I see it, I'm like, good job.
Shall we begin?
Okay, I don't need to worry about this guy anymore. I just need to call the cart. Cart. Thank you. And this gentleman is trying his best. The rail tiles do mention that lightning can travel. It's just so cool though, because that's such an interesting detail. Oh, you know what I could just do? Ladder.
This should do it.
I don't feel like having to deal with all this mamby-pamby rails. Let me up. I wish to enter. I'll take this guy out really quick so we don't have to worry about Gila anymore. Excellent. That is another bag I need to grab.
For the honor of House Wolfort.
If you make it rain in this cave, the map gets insane. Oh, yeah. This is big brain time. Let's see, what can I do? That healer needs to go, but I'm not quite sure how. Let's delaying strike. Lightning is great. I feel like lightning is one of those elements in games that just it may be overused in some circles, but man, is it just not cool? It's the coolest. Oh,
for the greater good.
On heresy? I just saw that. What the? Oh, okay. Well, sure.
To victory.
Movement is trying enough as I don't dare to rain and hamper me further. I'm curious how the heck you're supposed to get rain. Like, you could just choose rain? Intriguing. Ouchies.
We must tread carefully.
Okay. Whee! Well, you don't have that yet.
Victory is within
On the bomb mission, defuse mission, it would be suicide. Interesting. Curious, though. I do think Anna might be in danger, though, so I'm kind of worried. Oh, no.
Like this.
He knocked out Corentin and then played a bomb down? You gotta be kidding me. Oh, wait. I can get revenge, though. Call a cart. Bonk. Dead.
Here I come.
I'm out of here. Take me home. Just dip out really quick, just thinking, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to survive that. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. This is fine. I gotta stretch my neck a little. On the map where you have to survive 100 turns, it's legendary. I imagine you could just go back and forth a lot and just have a lot of fun with it. Okay. I'll grab this heal because Gila needs to heal. Okay.
must remain calm.
Okay. Krenton is still... Krenton just went down, so that's really bad. This guy needs to stay here.
Aim steady.
These two are not damage dealers, so this is a little rough.
Here I come.
Okay, so I need to get... Wait a minute, what am I doing? Follow the cart. Well, first time you beat it, it was just Sereno and Anna left. Jeez.
Where shall we
I'm gonna
strike?
try my best to avoid that outcome because that sounds like pain.
Death from above.
Whee. Bonk. There we go. Okay, I do need to get over here though, so I can try and help out over there. How? Could take the cart back and... No, let's just... You know, I'll just go across. It'll be fine. No, it won't. Wait, he's gonna get run over. Nope. Nope. Sereno is running circles around the pearls with Medina staying out of line of sight. Such a comedy. I was like, if they shoot me, it's over. If they can't see me, they can't shoot me.
Failed you.
And Anna went down.
Count on me.
Bully. Well, this isn't good. Okay, do I have any other items? I forgot to buy those stones, didn't I? Okay. Let me think for a moment. All right, I have an idea. It's not a good one, but it is an idea. All right, as long as Medina survives this turn, I should be okay. As long as I survive. I just have to defuse the one bomb. Okay, so I can run over this guy. And then I can ride that one next. And I'll use 2 full turn on Benedict so I can get over there. Was that the one? Was that one that bad? I just deployed my units away from one side and thinking I to link up Serenoa. I imagine that the main concern with the mission with 100 turns is that the main concern would definitely be if the enemy force is on hard, especially. I imagine the enemy force being as big as it is could be a major pain to try and like maneuver around. Wait, no, call cart. Minecraft time. Units are overwhelmed the first 2 times. That I also imagine that leveling, because leveling is a component of this that has also carried me through some of this, because of the fact that I've been able to get leveled enough to handle a problem, but leveling up isn't enough to just solve a problem, though.
Let me heal your wounds.
Okay, I'm gonna heal really quick.
Your wounds are healed.
Come to think of it, I did do that map on normal, so that probably explains why. I've been playing my game on normal, so I imagine that that mission is going to be very weird for me. All right, how long do I have? 51 turns? I need to help. I need to help out. I kind of need to help. Well, actually, wait. Let me deal with this first. I have the turns to handle this, so I should probably just get rid of targets while I can. Oh, heaven in a handbasket. Why?
For the duchy! For the loved ones awaiting word of our triumph! We will win this! One way or
Why do you have such a high voice in that big armor?
More of them. Stay on your guard, my friends.
I feel like Ian's is a god because he's an artificer. Playing enough D&D, I've learned one thing. Either science or magic will make you a god. One of the two.
I'll give it my best.
Okay.
Aim and...
Okay.
For the greater good.
I do feel like this map is going to take a lot longer due to the nature of what I got stuck with. So I feel like losing Anna is definitely going to affect my ability to perform here, but also
I see a path.
Okay, so those guys are going to be down there, but I need to get here and start helping out. I feel like by losing Anna early, I definitely lost a fair bit of what I could have been able to do.
Your defense is weak.
Okay.
I'll show you what I can do.
That man is on the railing, and I'm going to run him over. Mighty Spark. The Japanese VO, in the Japanese VO, that guy's deep as heck. I'm curious what Ian sounds like in the Japanese now, because I'm curious. But for instance.
Cool heads shall prevail.
Intriguing. Benedict could have rode that cart back.
That'll keep me going.
Oh, well, he wouldn't have hit anybody, would he? Okay. Defuse the explosive, so that's good. That's out of the way. Which would be really funny. Not Ian's the mob. Interesting. Just looking at some of the minecart shenanigans is really funny. Yeah, you guys were right. This is he wouldn't. That's why it's so funny. Oh, you're right. Oh, what? Wait, why? Oh. Oh. Well, that's not good.
I must remain calm.
Okay, Ian's, what can we do? Stay there.
How about this?
Oh, I see. Well, good day. Just leave. Just dip out really quick. All right, I'm out of here. I'll see you later.
Carefully.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna pull Serenoa back for now because I don't want him to go down. I'll pull him closer to Gila so we can get some heals. Narv going to be a martyr? He might have to be, which is unfortunate because I don't want to do that. If I'm being honest, if that has to happen, that's going to be really bad.
Let us pry out.
That's going to be really bad if that's what actually has to happen.
Now.
Okay, can I don't think I can get a backstab opportunity there, so.
I'll do my utmost.
Okay, he's still poisoned, so I don't need to worry about that. I can throw a large HP pellet and just... There we go.
1,000 thanks. I'm here to help.
There we go. Okay. Let me think. Yep, I have no idea what to do next.
I'll show you what
Okay,
I can
Narv,
do.
here's my thought. My boy, we're gonna... all right, we're gonna defuse the bomb. Bomb defused. We're good. And then we're gonna ride this cart and get out of here. We are going to Minecraft. We are not staying here. When I first saw this little big open space in the back with no enemies, I knew I had to make sure that a way to get there for the end game. That is 100% true. I did see that right away, was that, oh, I'm going to have to be able to get back there frequently, which is actually what's happening right now, because I've been able to consistently go back and forth and make sure I can heal people. Because Serenoa has been going back and forth between the two sides pretty, regularly, so it's been working out pretty well.
The hunt is on.
Okay, Hewitt. Okay, you know what, Hewitt? Before we do anything else, how about we just finish this guy off, please? Just please take him out. Oh my goodness, 5? Really?
Not another
That's fine.
step.
This is fine. Oh, it got him. Oh, critical.
I will fight to my last breath.
Well, dang. All right, cool. Now we can actually move forward with the fight. This is excellent. I swear, if I see another bomb down there, I will lose it. Don't you dare. Okay, good.
So it comes to battle.
Okay. Ian's, we need to... I think just crossing like this way is going to be the fastest I can go. That'll be fine. And some of these guys are really going to be sitting here thinking, all right, what do we do next? I wish I hadn't lost Anna, but well. Okay, let's put Serenoa here. Ooh.
I shall try my level best.
Question. Is anybody on the railing right now? No. Wait, here it is. Nope. Okay, nope, not doing that. Okay, I had an idea. Twofold turn Hewitt next. You know what's interesting is I know my brother did this for when we were playing For Honor a lot more. He did this idea to try and make D&D characters out of all of the characters of the roster. And I just remember his ideas for some characters were really cool, but now I'm thinking, how do you do D&D characters for this? Because this would be really cool, right? Off the cuff, my brain just went like, oh, probably wizard for Narv, sorcerer for Frederica, stuff like that. I don't know, just it came to mind right away. Okay, Narv is going to back up though, because I feel like if Narv backs up, then I can regroup. I can definitely regroup if I back up. The story between the lines of the story being told on RPGs. Something I do sometimes after a couple beers. Interesting. I feel like a Fire Emblem D&D style game would be really cool. Well, it's more like, okay, how do you adapt? Because there's actually a YouTube channel I watch called Tulok the Barbarian. He goes through this methodology of, all right, how do you take a fictional character from one medium, put them in Dungeons and Dragons? And the way he goes about it, I think, is really cool because it's a methodology because you have to kind of go through it. And I feel like if you make characters akin to the same thing, it's really cool. Also, why hasn't Nintendo done a tabletop game? Because that's actually something that's easy money. I think a tabletop game would be really easy for them to, just get on. But I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. Fire Emblem especially would be really good for a tabletop game. I mean, heck, even Avatar's getting one, so. The story between the lines of stories being told on RPG. I feel like, so I have a question. Do you mean the subtext, like the story, that the type of things that are being told, but not quite it's the story, but the subtext of the story, or do you mean like the things that happen in between the story?
I really feel like I've grown.
Defeat is not an option.
Okay, I have the turns to do this, but I definitely need to be careful.
Wait your turn. To lead, I must grow.
Whatever it takes.
Definitely gonna need to move faster. The high-pitched zealot comes out of a back cave and immediately walks in Nar's face, throws a lit bomb at him, stares dead. Yeah, like oh yeah, that stuff. Like, oh yeah, like the implications of certain actions in game. That is 100% fair. Like, I feel like to some level it has to be like, oh yeah, there's like a level of, like it happens fast enough that's not like super weird. But yeah, I can. Poor Narv is just Narv. He's just trying to be a good boy. Look at him. Magic defense down though, so that's good.
Shall we begin?
Okay. I made a mistake. I made an oopsie. Whoops. Dang it.
The hunt is on.
Actually, let me just go here first. Okay. At least we're catching up, but man. Ow. Uh-oh. You can actually go that way. You just have to step on the corner of the pit. Interesting. Okay. Narv, no, my boy. Look at how they're massacring my boy. It's like 3 jump anywhere that's correct except that one. Yeah, I'm trying to go and I'm just trying to get there as fast as I can at this point because, man. Oh, Serenoa's doomed. Oh, that's right. I have resurrection. I didn't think this all the way through, did I? Question: if I do this, you know what? I don't think that's a safe move. I'm looking at that more and more like, wait a minute. I'm just gonna defuse this because at this point the bomb won't explode. Oh, well, you know what? Probably better I just dealt with it anyway. Honestly, at this point, probably better I just dealt with it. Okay. And maybe pull some aggro.
It's time.
Maybe. We just gotta get out of here. You know what though? Thinking about it, I probably would have accidentally done something stupid like forget. Probably wise that I deal with it beforehand.
I feel like I can do anything.
But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm sure this won't catastrophically blow up.
Shall we begin?
There's a lot of names in my users in chat, but I don't see any. But there's only one viewer. That's weird. Ah, that's strange. I just went to check. Like I saw somebody. I might have gotten DC'd or something, but Gamria's still here. Oh yeah, on RPG. Oh wait, no, our RPG's here. Oh, that's weird. Must be stream out. Must be the stream manager being weird. Ah well.
Here I come.
That is weird. Yeah, it's something. It must have just been a glitch of the system. Oh well. I can't fix that. That's just kind of a fix.
Not another
Weird.
step.
It's kind of weird. It's like I look in there's like 20, 30 names in there in the viewers in chat, and I'm like, what is going on there? Like, and none of these people are here, so it's like, well, what is this? Because a lot of these people don't even have faces. What the heck? Might need to fix that up really quick. Hang on. Apologies. I'll look through this real quick. Yeah, because there's a bunch of these random names that just aren't actually here. Have to kind of go through and start clogging them out. That's strange. I'll have to go through that later. That's weird. I don't know why there's so many too. It's like there's so many names in here that it's like, what? Where are all these people and why are they not in the actual thing? Very strange. Then some of them, it's like I banned them and then they're just still there. That's weird. That's bizarre. I don't know what's going on with that. Actually, Narv can get... I'll use a healing item on Narv. Don't want to lose him.
I can do this.
Very strange. I have to go through and ban all these. I'm gonna try refreshing the app really quick. Ooh. Maybe by refreshing it, it'll pick back up. Ooh. Apologies for the delay really quick there. Hope that works out. Oh, yep, a lot of them are still there. That's weird. Don't know what's up with that. That's weird.
Close, but not quite.
Very strange.
I'm a fool.
I'm also getting hit like crazy though. Must be taking a moment to update. Intriguing.
That certainly worked.
When a wolf is cornered.
All right, that archer is finally down. My goodness. There's more people. Oh my goodness, there's so many more people.
Wolford bastards will have no...
More soldiers. We need to stop them before they can set off the explosives.
Okay, this is actually turning into a battle of attrition. I don't know if I can win.
Sorry.
Pardon me.
Let us pry out their weakness. I have your back.
This fight is so good. Yeah, I am kind of worried that I might not have the power to handle a war of attrition like this though.
I shall do what I can.
I'm gonna get Gila down here so she can heal Serenoa up when she can. We'll refresh haste on her though. Keeps you on your toes. I really like this fight. I just remembered Quietus. Oh man. Oh, it's gonna ache at my mind that I just realized I have Quietus. Of all the things to forget, I don't know why Quietus is one of them. Is one of the ones I forgot. Again. Definitely gotta get on that though. But also, yeah, I have a lot of bots in the chat. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if they're bots or if it's just like, because none of them count, so they're definitely not like real, which is weird. I don't know what's up with that. Very strange. I'm gonna keep that guy there.
Try this.
There we go. Excellent.
I'll show you what I can do.
You know what? Yeah, let's take out targets. We definitely need some knockouts because man, there are definitely too many people here. Ooh. I could probably use Quietus. I'll use Quietus next round because
count on me.
Let's see. Quietus. No. Quietus. Let's see. I'm gonna use Restore so I don't have to worry so much about Serenoa until it's his turn.
The tides are turning.
Let's see. Seems like the Chaz also caught back up with me, so that's good. There we go. I'm taking care of this while also dealing while also taking on a battle, while also dealing with all the stuff that's going on. I am slowly dealing with also dealing with my bot problem. Which is probably also affecting some of the other stuff going on. Pretty much every turn I have to go, oh, it's a bot. I found a bot. Curious. It's probably one of the most curious things I've seen on Twitch so far is this. I don't really understand what you gain from doing botting. Is it a... Is there some sort of emotional benefit? Like it feels like a great deal of it is not particularly helpful, so I don't know what I don't quite understand the point. It's an intriguing social problem though, because I don't think many forms of entertainment ever have the problem of, oh, there's not real people watching your very real entertainment for no reason. And if there is a reason, I'm not quite sure what it is.
I shall try my level best.
All right, maybe that'll fix up the problem some. Interestingly, I started banning some bots and I finally get some dropped frames. Intriguing, but highly disturbing. Let's see. Diffuse explosive. I'm pretty sure Benedict can take a hit, so this should be okay. Should be.
I'll give it my best.
Yeah, let's do that.
Aim steady.
All right, we're... Oh, I missed the 2 hour mark. We're at 2.5 hours. How's everyone doing?
Let me heal your wound.
Everyone's day of... How's everyone's day? How's everyone's day now? Let's see, what can I do?
This battle is ours.
I definitely think that doing a kind of soft reset was really important. Let's see. Also helps me mentally too, because now I'm thinking, I'm approaching a little differently now. You can stay right here, sir.
Another step. This battle is won.
Let me help. Yes, I did it. I'll show you what I can do.
All right, that's not gonna help. So, where did that bomb just get put down? All right, it's gone. My brain just was like, bomb. There must be another bomb, right? Bomb? Bomb?
I'll do my utmost.
I just lit a rocket. Rockets explode. Oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, me.
Well, that worked out. Everything worked out better than expected.
For the honor of House Wolfort.
I'll make this quick. That
Pretty sure
hit the mark.
missing lit bomb won't be a problem. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Let me heal your wounds.
It might be a problem, but only if I don't win first. Nope, no bombs. There is a piece of loot there I didn't grab, but I don't feel like having to run all the way back to go get that yet. I could heal up those two.
For one and all.
Hopefully, I can deal with the battle before we end up having anything else to worry about. Ow. Ah, spinning slash. Ow.
I shall try my level best.
Probably a good idea to call this now, but
I'll give it my best. Aim steady.
this will give me a little bit of time to think about how I'm going to handle this fight up here. I'm also just going to move Ian's up here. Wait, really? Dang it. All right, this will be fine. It'll be fine. There we go. This is actually going a lot better than my usual battles. It's just a lot longer. This battle is definitely going a lot longer, but is definitely going better. Because most of my battles either go long and I start losing, or they go rapidly and I win very quickly. I think I prefer... This is okay, though. This is a welcome change. Ah.
My lord.
I've been better.
Okay, what can I do? Actually, if I go here and poison pellet, then...
To victory!
If I poison pellet him from there, then Gila's next turn can be spent staying right here and Sanctuary. Excellent.
This is what I do.
The tides are turning.
It's one step closer to our hope.
Okay. Get on the other side, and I'm gonna delaying strike. I might as well push him back as much as I can.
Wait your turn.
This is going a lot better. Ow. Bonk.
Pardon me. That certainly worked.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
Call the cart. Bonk. And then ride it back. Bonk. Geo running this fight hard. Yeah, she's basically the main impetus. Oh, good. Bonk, and then bonk. Oh my goodness. I just keep running him over. This is why healers and environmental options are very important to winning a fight. All right, put him down for good. Boom, dead. Finally, my goodness. We have witnessed a miracle today. I should call the local news.
Here I come.
My goodness, man. That took way too long. Comparatively. Ow.
Cool heads shall prevail.
Actually, I'm just gonna drop Gila here and do another sanctuary for the sake of it. Whatever happens, I need to make sure we're healed. I don't want to lose a fight on on the predication that, oh, I just didn't heal. Like, really? Be so lame.
For the honor of House Wolford.
All right, let's get up there. Almost there. We're almost there, guys.
Try out their weakness.
Ooh. Actually, wait. I could. Yes. I'm gonna give 2 full turn to Serenoa.
We must.
This should work out, hopefully. Also, it definitely helped me to get rid of all those robots. Sorry. Let's see. Okay, Ian, you need to get out of there. My boy, save yourself.
This battle is ours.
Excellent. Okay. You dare put more bombs down? How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, man? You dare? Check it out. Honestly, I feel like healers are the greatest thing in any RPG. If you're going to have if there's anything that should not be neglected, is the power of being able to heal. It's actually something that's in my game. It's something I've considered, is the ability for the player to set up passive healing.
Count on me.
Because if there's anything that's really hard, if you're the only person, basically you're the only person fighting, is that you have to figure out ways to get healing factors. Or at the very least, healing has to be easy. So, because you have to make it worth your time. All right. And now I am going to go up here really quick and finish this guy off, because there's no sense in leaving targets without taking him out. Okay.
Let me heal your wounds.
Gila, we need to catch you back up. Haste yourself, lady.
Make the most of it.
Gila is pretty much carrying this team on her back. She is the strongest unit of all time, and no one can even counter.
I see a path to victory.
Actually, I'm gonna bulwark Hewitt, because if Hewitt goes down, this is kind of bad. She's besides Anna, she's our only DPS without Serenoa, like in terms of major damage. So, all right, defuse the explosive and move closer. Hello. Oh, you need tank cast haste on Gila. She'll tank through things. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. All right, blind this man.
You'll get no mercy from us.
You know what's funny? Blinding arrow just heals faster than they can hurt her. Yeah, that's true, actually. She was able to just do that right now. I just saw that. Very impressive.
Here I come.
Wee. Let's get my boy up here. But the I don't know why I just had this thought. There's actually a thing in D&D called Arcane Archer. I'm pretty sure everyone who plays D&D knows it. It's just, but I'm thinking about how Arcane Archer is 1-to-1 with Hewitt, except for you need an eagle. But I don't know, it just came to mind, and I was like, oh, that's cool. That's neat. But I'm wondering though if the ability of tanking with Gila is she a better tank than Eridor or Flanagan?
For the honor of
maybe.
Wolford.
Alright, let's delay his turn so we can just get to this.
Wait your turn.
Bonk. There we go.
There is no mercy on the battlefield.
We'll just raise Ian's.
Let us steal our defense.
If I raise Ian's, it'll be fine.
Now this is something.
All right, now just go here, and yeah, there we go.
I'll give it my best.
All right, knock him unconscious. Oh, good, you killed him. Picoletta's clone is the greatest tank of all. Yeah, and it explodes on death.
The mine is on.
Okay, we won. That was a way longer fight. I should probably grind more because man, that was rough. Ooh. That was a long battle. I don't even know when I started. I just know that it's just we've been here forever.
That was close. To think they tried to collapse the tunnel with themselves still inside.
Why would the Esfrosti blow themselves up to destroy the place they were charged to defend? It makes no strategic sense.
Intriguing.
Nothing Esfrost does make sense. But if they were this desperate, there must be something in there they do not want us finding. We must see what lies at the end of this tunnel.
I'm really curious what's going on.
Now let us press on.
No need to grind, just bring more suitable units. Maybe too many 4 move 2 jump units are bad on this map. That's reasonable. That is reasonable. Yeah, I do think that part of my strategy, because I do try to stick as close to the main roster as possible, and I think sometimes that does affect my strategy. Oh, hey, it's Ridrock.
Oh! These pink rocks aren't iron.
It's salt. Or rather, salt crystal.
Crystallized salt, untapped beneath the earth. The Rosellan legend my mother recorded is true.
The Grand Norzellian mines must have been built upon a vein of crystals. This explains how Esfrost was able to cut ties with Hyzant.
As long as they could excavate their own, they didn't need to rely on the salt from the Holy State. They could fight without it.
How do you think Gustadolf discovered this?
Lord Dragan was in charge of the mines until he was assassinated in that sudden Esfrosti raid, which Gustadolf used as a pretense to invade Glenbrook, after which he claimed control of
So the whole idea was to gain assault.
That tells me Lord Dragan was likely the first to discover the salt crystals. However, a struggle ensued between him and Gustadolf over their ownership.
So Gustadolf had him killed and ordered the invasion of Glenbrook. In order to seize control of the mines.
I kind of guessed, but man, what a
that scheming bastard.
What a reveal
Looks
though.
like we made the right call, taking back the mines. They already took loads of salt crystals to the duchy, but even that ain't gonna last them forever.
Indeed. If we can hold the mines, Esfrost will have no choice but to surrender.
And what if they discover another vein of salt crystals elsewhere?
A real possibility, if the Rosellan legend is to be believed. But the Grand Norzellian mines only succeeded because all 3 powers worked together. If this is the kind of terrain salt crystals are found in,
Interesting.
Esfrost cannot dig a new mine all on their own.
Well, they know Dragan's bombs.
Meaning they are at their most vulnerable now, without a source of salt to call their own.
This does not concern only Esfrost. The existence of salt crystals will undermine the very foundation upon which Hyzant is built.
If people knew that, then the two pillars of Hyzantian power, the source and the might of their goddess, would crumble.
And it would prove the Rosellan legend is true. If we reveal the truth, they would be forced to free the Roselle they've imprisoned.
We hold the very future of Norzelia in our hands.
Whatever we decide to do, we cannot decide.
You have no idea how tempting I am to.
You send word to the capital. I want Kingdom soldiers.
It's so tempting to think about just tossing everybody under the bus, as it were, just to like. I just want. All I want is to see Hyzant and Esfrost just like out, just seeing what happens, you know. Man, I kind of knew that it was gonna be a salt crystal, but man, what a reveal though. Milo, what are you doing?
This must be what the old man was hoping to find.
Idor was definitely trying to find this, man. Milo, don't you betray me.
So, our army failed to secure the Grand Norzellian mines.
It would seem House Wolfort interfered. Glenbrook forces already surround the area, so retaking the mines is likely out of the question.
They must have discovered the salt crystals. Damn them. Gather our soldiers, and be quick about it.
Aye, Your Grace.
I'm curious what's next, though, because Gustaf wouldn't take this line down.
I see you finally decided to answer my summons, Svarog.
I shan't use laboring in secret to complete the death's knell as an excuse. Punish me as you see fit. If you think you can, that is.
I ought to wipe that impertinent smile off your face.
I'm curious.
I saw what they brought in from the Grand Norzellian mines.
Huh. So you know of the salt crystals?
I mean, yeah, he does. I don't know. Is he gonna kill him?
Enough secrets, Gustadolf. Tell me what you are planning.
To use those salt crystals to put the final nail in Hyzan's coffin. To free the people of Norzelia from their tyranny by ending their monopoly over...
Which makes a lot of sense, actually.
By which you mean the strong will be free to trample the weak. Is that it?
I will not argue semantics, though it is at least far more human to struggle for one's own survival, rather than capitulate to the whims of some goddess. People have the right to discover their own strength, and wield it to claim what is rightfully theirs. Just as you are contesting me at this very moment, Uncle.
How long have you known of the salt crystal's existence?
I learned of the possibility long ago, when I read of them in an old text from the archives. Ancient knowledge should never be discarded, as you well know, since you had Dragan study there to perfect his explosives.
You are the one who had him killed.
Spare me your unfounded speculation.
Wow, really? You're gonna just toss that in?
Unfounded, you say? Dragan oversaw the mine. It only stands to reason that he would have discovered the salt crystals first. So you, in your greed, had him killed, so that you might claim his discovery for your own. Not only that, but you used his murder as a pretext to invade Glenbrook. Am I wrong?
Svarog sounds... Yeah, I'd be rightfully pissed about that.
You have an admirable imagination. Admirable, but mistaken. Your son was quite the ambitious man, you know.
What do you mean?
You know very well what I mean. Indeed, Dragan did discover the...
Oh my goodness, that emoji.
Who else do you think told me of their existence? Yet he refused to hand them over unless I made him Prime Minister of Esfrost. And your son's scheming didn't end there.
Oh, man.
At the same time, he had initiated negotiations with Glenbrook. He offered them salt crystals in exchange for a noble title. He sought to fatherland and foe for all he could get.
That would explain a lot of what happened.
Lies. All of it.
If that's actually true, but...
my son's name.
I thought if anyone understood the extent of Dragan's ambition, it would be you. Uncle, now is not the time for family squabbles. Glenbrook now knows of the salt crystals. It is but a matter of time until Hyzant learns of them as well. We must make ready to stand against them.
What would you have me do?
The death knell is taking far too long to build. See that it is finished with haste. Do that, and I will name you my Prime Minister, so you may fulfill your dearly departed son's dream in his stead.
Very well.
Aw.
There is no time to waste.
Man.
War will be upon our doorstep before we know.
Now I just feel bad for Svarog.
A war to end all wars. A war whose victor shall rule Norzelia in her glorious entirety.
That is pretty much what this war is going to come down to, isn't it? And there's nothing stopping either side from getting just too far. Oh, by the way, I did learn something about viewer count. If you mute the tab, but not mute, if you mute the, like the, if you're in like Google, if you mute the tab, but don't close, like don't like mute the stream, it counts as a, it changes the viewer count. I only learned that recently. Very odd. It's probably why I see fluctuations. I imagine people are going on and off to work on things, which is reasonable. This is a long stream.
Deep in the
But yeah, this is getting exciting now.
Most unexpected discovery.
Because the world has been predicated on the fact that Hyzant has the only salt crystals. Now that all three have salt crystal reserves, Hyzant kind of
in possession of knowledge that could alter the course of history in Norzelia. The members of House Wolford gather at Whiteholm Castle to discuss their next move.
I really want to reveal it because I feel like Hyzant deserves it, but it's also like, we kind of need Hyzant to a point. If griefs could passions move. Interesting. What an interesting title. Gotta adjust my back a little. Ooh. Stretch a little.
Unexpected though it may be, the salt crystals are now ours. How shall we proceed?
Carefully, for it has the potential to alter the balance of power across Norzelia. This is an opportunity to reshape the realm to our benefit. We must be strategic.
It's a target on our backs is what it is. There'll be no peace for us so long as we hold him.
Intriguing.
Hyzant will set upon us with a fury we've never known if they hear of this.
She's right. They will stop at nothing to defend their faith.
Nor will Esfrost go quietly into the night.
Then let us prepare for when word does spread, rather than fret over how long we can keep the secret. Whether we protect the salt as ours or find another way to use it, we must act soon.
What say you, Your Majesty?
This is interesting.
We find ourselves at a crossroads. Not just as a kingdom, but an entire realm. Our decision will touch every life in Norzelia. I too wish to act quickly. But I beg you all for a moment alone with my thoughts.
Your caution is admirable, but ill-advised. Hesitation could cost us everything.
That much is obvious. Yet I cannot race headlong into the unknown when so much depends upon us.
Roland, I don't think you realize who's still at the helm. It's kind of my thing.
Benedict, I find myself unmoored as well. I wish to hear from all present before we decide upon a course of action.
As you wish. Pray let it be swift.
Serenoa, answer me this. Can I count on you to walk the path with me? Whatever it may be.
I was named Lord of House Wolford long before I was inducted
Unmoored.
into the Sacred
It's such a good word, but man, that is exactly where I feel right now.
And I've been your friend even longer still.
Say no more.
Also,
take the others to Castle Wolford and await my word. Likewise, inform me of any movements from Hyzant.
It's something interesting that I only noted after the scene with Lord Simon. They added a thing now where every time Serenoa is talking, he puts his hand in his pocket, in like his chest pocket, and it's such a little detail that we know he's wearing the ring now. And it's like he keeps touching it as like a thing, like a tick now. And it's such an interesting little detail that when I noticed it, I was like, oh. An automaton? Oh? Good eye. Yeah, it's such an interesting little detail, but man.
Welcome one and welcome all.
Such a good little, like, touch. Character writing, man. It's so good.
Selection of exotic wares in all the land. Sparkling jewels, beautiful silks, and the rarest curio of them all. This automaton. It sings, it dances, it does it all.
Didn't get this in my game. Oh, this character? I don't know who this is.
That's your cue, Decimal.
Decimal?
Welcome one and welcome all. Welcome and welcome and what up.
What's wrong with that?
It's a barrel. It's a barrel. I'm really curious. I don't. It's a rare one? What? It's rare? I'm really curious about this now.
Blasted sack of screws! I bought you to lure in customers, not scare them off.
I am sorry. I did not mean to lose functional control again.
Useless rusted heap of bolts. I've lost track of all the gold I've squandered on your repairs, and for what gain? But no more. I won't empty my coin purse.
Yeah, this is interesting because if this is something that's rare to get, I'm really curious how it works.
Ah, perfect timing. You there. How would you like an
I'm really curious what this guy can do.
What are you waiting for? Dance for them.
Welcome one and welcome.
Incredible, isn't it? Bet you've never seen its
I'm
like
really curious who
before.
built this though.
Indeed, but
then it's all yours.
Intriguing.
So long, Decimal. Be good for your new master.
Wait. Fleet of foot, that one. What shall we do with it?
It wouldn't do to simply abandon it here. Perhaps it can be of some use to us.
You'll look after it, won't you, Anna?
If that is your wish.
This little dude. He did go all in on morality, so I understand we got this unit. Oh, I must have. Intriguing.
My name is Decimal. I hope I will serve you well, Master.
Intriguing.
Don't call me that. My name's Anna.
As you command, Master Anna.
Decimal, join your forces. It's so fascinating because now I'm like, what? Does only what an automaton can. Immune to status ailments, possesses abilities with wide range that trigger based on the target's HP or TP? What? And has a personal attack barrel. Personal attack barrel is such a good... That's real good. I like that a lot. Alright, I kinda... Oh, come on. Alright, let's see. How much am I dealing with in terms of story stuff? Are there any side story things? Something Hyzant. I kinda want to see what happens here. I'm gonna go check what Decimal can do soon, but I'm gonna pop through some of these story things first. Let's see what happens here.
Ah, Milo has sent a dispatch from Glenbrook. Deep within the Grand Rosalian mines lies... It would seem salt crystals were found within.
Impossible.
The discovery of salt outside the source explains Gustadolf's recent provocations.
How can you be so calm? The teachings tell us that salt is a blessing, bestowed only upon the goddess's followers. The discovery of these salt crystals is an existential threat to Hyzant.
Salt crystals are salt too. We need only keep word of this discovery from spreading.
Of course. But how?
The Hierophant's just like, what do you mean? What do you mean there's salt?
The Hierophant has spoken. Minister Exham, you shall raise an army and seize the Grand Rosalian mines in Hyzant's name.
The Hierophant asks us to invade Glenbrook?
Do you have another way to silence King Roland and his royal hounds in House Wolfort?
Minister Serenoa is one of us, and thus is honor bound to heed the Hierophant's
What?
word. But we know not if he will do so, or if he will cast his lot with his precious king. You shall ask him yourself when you surround Castle Wolfort en route to the mine.
And if he resists?
You are free to deal with him, as we do with all who forsake the goddess.
Ah, slimy bastards. I use the term. Got some pretty funny guesses from people. And as a person, I love asking what you think is behind that curtain. I've got some pretty funny guesses for people. From behind that curtain. Is it weird that I think it looks like did you ever see the Dark Crystal? You know that if you've ever seen the Dark Crystal, if you've ever seen that in the beginning when you see the Skeksis for the first time, like all the bird people, and there's that one bird who's in the bed who's dying. That's what I think the Hierophant looks like. Like, look up the Dark Crystal, look up the Skeksis, and look up like the beginning of the movie. That is exactly what I think he looks like. If not like exactly a bird, man.
Brothers in arms here at Twinsgate.
That is what I think.
To tell you of a most fortuitous discovery. We have found crystals of salt deep in the Grand Norzelian mines. Alas, Glenbrook has taken those very mines from us. What's worse, Glenbrook's esteemed House Wolfort is led by one of the saintly seven of Hyzant. They will no doubt be informed of the salt crystals, and their precious religion will be shaken to its core. I trust you can all imagine how Hyzant...
That is pretty much what I think the Hierophant looks like. If not like more human looking, but he looks like a bird.
But will instead seek the crystals for themselves, that their reign of terror may continue unimpeded. Therefore, we must subdue Glenbrook and seize the mines for Esfrost if we are to counter
I'm looking it up.
But we cannot stop there, for that will only draw Hyzant to our gates. They will stop at nothing to conquer all of Norzelia in their name. The Duchy has never been in a more precarious position.
This is really...
But we will not yield.
Oh, geez.
We subscribe to no faith. We shall greet our enemies at
It's like...
Twinsgate with cold, hard steel.
It's like, it pretty much is. That would pretty much be pretty wild for sure. Yeah, I think the Birdman is pretty good, though.
Our newest weapon, the Death Knell, is nearly complete. With it, the false goddess shall crumble beneath the sheer force of our iron
We're gonna do
will,
this, though.
and Hyzant reduced to rubble along with her.
It's time.
Raise your swords, my black iron heroes.
We do this. No one past the first row soldiers to hear the speech.
Iron, when the histories of this day are written,
He's
you shall be known as the defenders of Esfrost.
You know what's really funny is I imagine that there's people in every row like reciting what he's supposed to be saying at each time. If it's not by that. If not, then he's just yelling super loud and we just didn't know that he had lungs like that.
Oh yes. The Death Knell will reduce many a falsehood to rubble, dear Gustadolf.
Oh no. Oh, Svarog is definitely pulling some nonsense. Oh no. It's a cool idea. I would probably either like, cause if you don't have the means to if you don't have the means for like projection of sound, because I don't know if magic in this universe would do that, but it would be interesting.
Have you heard the popular rumor, Lord Claris?
Claris.
That Hyzant intends to raise an army against Glenbrook? Yes, I am.
I don't remember Claris too well.
So it's reached the consortium then. Is it true? King Roland has only just reclaimed the Crown City with Hyzant's help. Not ordinarily, such a thing would be unthinkable. But the rumors are so persistent that I think something may be afoot.
I feel like that would be a cool way to do speeches, though. If you don't have sound projection,
I wouldn't be so restless if I had an example
But
to give.
he's a consortium head that oversees assault trade. Okay, I just don't remember meeting him, so I don't remember him very well.
Esfrost gathers its troops at Twins Gate. Might they have heard the rumors as well?
Perhaps. A battle for the very soul of Norzelia may loom on the horizon. But therein lies the opportunity for merchants like us. You can't wait.
The other guy sold you decimal. Yeah, that sounds about right.
You're quite right about that.
And each shift in Norzelia's power balance opens new business opportunities.
Will the consortium continue trading with Hyzant?
Tis difficult to say.
Intriguing.
I believe House Wolfort's actions
Intriguing
from here
indeed.
on will be key to the consortium's decision.
House Wolfort, you say?
Indeed. They've been involved in most.
I'm
every
actually
conflict
really curious about who made Decimal.
Why stop me? I shall wait and see how Lord Serenoa responds first.
I feel like I could guess that Decimal would probably be the byproduct of Hyzantian creation, but I also think he could be an Esfrost thing. Both could reasonably make something like that.
Hyzant has learned of the salt crystals. Minister Exham of the Saintly Seven wastes no time in mustering his army, which now
I don't know his full story yet, so no clue. Oh, fingers crossed. Maybe I'll take Decimal out for a spin to see what happens.
Elsewhere, Gustadolf amasses his own forces at Twins Gate in anticipation of the war to come. All eyes are on Glenbrook, where Roland and Serenoa's pronouncement could touch off a battle for the soul of
I only got him in
Norzelia.
New Game Plus. Is still finding out his story.
After much deliberation, Roland makes his way to Castle Wolffort to inform Serenoa of the decision that now weighs heavy on his heart.
I'm legitimately curious what's gonna happen though. I'm thinking about how this could end, because Oh, let's see what happens though.
I appreciate you coming all this
Roland,
way,
what do we do?
I was the one who asked for your time, so it is only natural I make the journey. I wish to tell you that I finally made up my mind.
And I would hear your decision if you were willing to share it with me.
I've long pondered over the one thing that Norzelia needs most. I thought back on the Salt Iron War. 30 years have passed.
This scene is straight wild. Oh man.
The same.
Oh man.
Each nation still thinks only of itself, wishing to fill its coffers even at the expense of others. But who bears the brunt of such a war?
The people.
Exactly so. The avarice of the ruler is an existential threat to their loyal subjects.
And yet without that wealth, the people suffer just as much. They languish in poverty.
This much is obvious, but there can be no winner without a loser. Remove one, and you necessarily remove the other. If we achieve equality, we achieve peace.
And how do you propose we achieve? No. No, surely you don't mean...
Yes. The goddess's teachings. All can live as equals under the goddess. An authority greater than any king. The model nation was in front of us all along, Serenoa.
Man.
The holy state.
Let me grab some ice cream. Probably a good idea.
I have decided that we must give the salt crystals in the Grand Norzelian mines to Hyzant.
And in so doing, you'll give them control of all Norzelia.
Exactly. There will be no more squabbling over salt. Norzelia will know eternal peace at last.
Unequal peace, surely. One built on the backs of a people like the Roselle, if not the Roselle themselves.
I am not blind to that fact. But so few will suffer for the good of so many. Nothing in this world is perfect, Serenoa. The sacrifice of the few for the good of the many. It's the only clear answer. And one I would give every time I were asked.
That's not a good option. That's not a good option.
Submitting to the goddess will rob you of your kingship.
So be it. My crown. My pride.
That's not how this
There are but
works.
small prices to pay for peace.
That's not... You can't give up human rights of other people for the sake of many. That's not how it works.
You are truly prepared to throw it all away.
Join me, Serenoa. Let us unite Norzelia under the Holy State.
Roland, this is quite sudden.
I understand. Pray, take all the time you need. I expect Frederica will want nothing to do with this plan, seeing as it forsakes her people. I am already mourning the rift this may cause between you, but I shall not be swayed. This will be my final act as Glenbrook's king.
Dude, I can't justify that. In my heart, I can't justify human rights violations for that.
King Roland's anguish plays plainly across his face.
That is not at all a decision.
I'm not surprised. The future of our kingdom, to say nothing of the entire continent, rests upon his shoulders.
Pray tell, what do you intend to do about the salt crystals?
In truth, I cannot decide. Salt is too precious to be hoarded. We've a duty to share it with the people, which is...
Where the difficulty lies, yes. The source makes that all too clear. Salt lies at the heart of every war in Norzelia.
Would that the boundless salted sea of Rosellan legend still existed. We'd have no need of conflict if there were a source of salt for all.
My love, if I may, the discovery of the salt crystals has made two things plain to me. The first is that my mother spoke true in the legend she passed on to me.
And the other is that the goddess's teachings are nothing more than a lie built to constrain your people.
Just so. We are guilty of nothing. Yet the Roselle languish in the source, where they are looked down upon and forced
Could hear you, Arich, from the other room, lol. I just... It's one of those things where I just... Even like I can't justify I can't plainly justify in my own head.
Cruelty created to justify Hyzant's own avarice and
this is actually something I've thought about, is that this is something I've seen in a few other stories. Similarly, weirdly enough, Final Fantasy 13 is the same way, where a religious body knows the truth and they suppress that truth because should that knowledge be public, their power is undermined, and it's too real. But I just can't. When I have the power to stop that, I just can't.
Such is the ugly lie.
I can't stand at that.
One revealed by a crystal of the mineral they hold so dear. The time has come, Serenoa. The Roselle must be freed. The salt crystals have brought us to the brink of war. We can harness this unrest, incite the Roselle to rise up and rebel against their captors.
I am with you. Believe me, I am. But you make it sound so...
Simple. Yes, I know. But the suffering of my people is so distant for everyone else. We can no longer wait for someone to do the right thing. Help isn't coming. Why else would my own mother incite rebellion?
Like, seeing this and knowing...
I swear to you, none of this feels distant to me. The Roselle live in my domain. I am betrothed to you, my dear. It couldn't feel any closer.
And I thank the stars that I have you by my side. I do. In truth, that's why I think this time will be different.
I just can't.
Why I'll be able to accomplish
I feel like this is why morality was the thing I focused on so much, because I can't justify, I couldn't justify ruling in a way like this, like to allow this kind of thing to happen. Even if it cost me so much, I can't do that.
I agree, but the risk is immense. Suppose we succeed, what then? Hyzant will not let us go quietly.
Of course not.
And when that time comes, you can lead the Roselle to Centralia, just as your mother wrote about in the book she left behind, beyond the Great Falls in the Falk's domain at the end of the Norzelia River, the ancestral home of the Roselle.
But that's just a legend.
We've already found one legend to be rooted in truth. Perhaps
I
this
just
one is as well. And if not, at least you'll be safe from harm.
I doubt Benedict will share our feelings, though. Abandoning all we've built to embark on a journey fraught with danger in search of a legend. Yet no matter how perilous the path ahead, I would happily walk it at your side.
Man, I love them. Looking at the situation I am in now, I'm so uncertain as to what to.
I trust you understand what a
I know what I want to do, but I'm so uncertain as to the true course of action.
Norzelia's history. Whatever course of action we choose will determine whether House Wolford leaves a legacy in that history, or is expunged from it.
How would you proceed, Benedict?
I would do all I could to keep it from falling into Hyzant's hands. They already control the source. With the crystals in hand, they will solidify their grip
I
on
saw
the
balance
realm
as a morality person by nature. I chose liberty and utility when I have the ethical leeway to do so. That's a fair point, Gamria. I guess.
The siren song of a false equality under their goddess shall blanket the land, claiming every domain and its people.
Even though they count me among the Saintly Seven.
Even then, for that matters little when the equality they espouse is dictated by the goddess. Or should I say, the Hierophant. In the end, they will have the same life and death control over all Norzelia that they now hold over the Roselle.
And our wounds from the battle with Esfrost have only begun to heal. Hyzant will destroy us if we wage war against them in our current state.
But they stand little chance against us if we ally with Esfrost.
Ally with Esfrost? Are you of sound mind?
Interpret which would correspond to what. That's a fair point, but...
Quite. Esfrost wants nothing more than to loosen Hyzant's grip. They will go to war if it means control of the salt crystals.
Our interests are broadly aligned, yes, but...
Esfrost has been building toward precisely that purpose for some time.
The cat... the Hierophant's a cat sitting on the throne of salt.
You speak of the Death Knell, the weapon that Cordelia mentioned.
Precisely. A weapon capable of reducing the goddess's shield to rubble, leaving Hyzant's capital ripe for the taking. Without that weapon, we cannot win. You need only say the word, and I shall convince Esfrost to join our side.
I appreciate your candor, Benedict, and I do not doubt you could secure Esfrost's cooperation. But I fear the harder fight is within our own domain. King Roland's heart will not be easily won.
I bid you listen closely and calmly to what I'm about to ask.
From whence this somber tone?
Oh no.
Do you believe King Roland is fit to rule?
Oh! Oh man.
What are you implying?
Decorum is of little use when the fate of our realm is at stake, Lord Serenoa. Are you content to spend the rest of your life in servitude to another?
Not another word, Benedict. Roland is more than my king. He is my friend.
And you are Lord of House Wolford, whose military prowess is known to all Norzelia. Not the guard dog of Glenbrook and Hyzant. What else are you here to do, if not to protect your house and keep its banner alive?
Man, I am now just thinking about this, and...
But you have the potential for so much more. All Norzelia could be yours if you but desired it.
Treason, if not outright regicide. These are your suggestions.
Of course not. The blood in your veins and the royal family's ring are claim enough to the throne. There is no need for violence.
I told you not to speak of that again.
But you did not tell me to forget. The time to reckon with your lineage draws near. You must make a...
I've heard enough. Leave me.
Just know that I will do anything you ask
of
me,
no.
Lord Serenoa.
Dude, the sadness.
I pray that you make the right choice. Not only for House Wolford, but for yourself.
Oh man. Ah. I feel like I'm gonna look it up later and I'm gonna find out that I was like a single step or two away from having like the best ending possible. Like I feel like I'm gonna find that out. Like oh. I see. Oh. Oh, this is happening. Ooh. Okay, this is happening. This is real. Okay. All right. Oh no. I'm not ready for this.
You are certain Hyzan's army marches for the Grand Norzelian mines?
There is no doubt.
They've heard word of the crystals.
It was only a matter of time. We knew this.
Oh no. Chad is eating popcorn and I'm sitting here like, ah!
War's breaking out over this thing and we've got to be ready.
How will Glenbrook respond, King Roland?
There's no need to prepare for war. I have decided that we will surrender the...
What?
Furthermore, I hereby declare that there is no way to bring happiness, which is why I have chosen a path that will...
How could you? Do you not see that Hyzant's dominion over Norzelia's salt is why we are in conflict already? Is the suffering of the Rosal not proof
Oh my
enough
God.
that the goddess's vaunted equality is a lie?
She speaks the truth, my king. Handing over the salt crystals is tantamount to giving Hyzant's goddess free reign of Norzelia. Will you so readily surrender the realm to the Hierophant?
I acknowledge the abdication of my... A small price to pay in my eyes.
And the sacrifice of the Rosal, is that a small price to you?
It is.
How could you say such a thing to my face?
I, for one, oppose. I would prefer to ally with Esfrost.
My goodness, I just can't.
The salt deposits within the mines give us the leverage we need to convince Gustadolf to join us.
Ally with Esfrost? You dare suggest we ally with the man who murdered my father?
I see no reason why we should not. You proposed abdicating the throne for the sake of the kingdom and its
My
people.
goodness. Benedict's so monotone still. Yeah, because he's the only one who has a calm mind. I'm still here like,
so
ah.
you should have no trouble putting aside your own feelings and judging this matter dispassionately.
I cannot believe my own ears. I will not have you lecture me on feelings when it is not your father he murdered.
None of you can see beyond your own grievances. It's no wonder my people have suffered for generations. We're told to believe in the goddess, while our own lives are thrown away to make
Wow.
a few more grains of your precious salt.
Japan Benedict emotes a lot more. That probably makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
And now, even with proof that the goddess is a lie, you would watch us dig our own graves for your comfort.
Lady Frederica, please. We shall speak of the Roselle in due time.
No, I've heard that before. Your due time is never, and I will not have you cast us aside for another. All else is in disarray. If we know the truth.
We cannot afford to dilute our forces when the enemy
My goodness.
marches on us as we speak.
So we are a distraction to you?
I am merely being rational. Suppose we succeed. How do you propose we fend off the fury Hyzant will rain down upon us?
Esfrost would pounce on us, sensing weakness at the undue burden we've taken upon ourselves.
Precisely. We would be without allies and ripe for the taking.
There is another way.
And what, pray tell, would that be?
We set out alongside the Roselle in search of Centralia.
Centralia is a myth.
The legends of my people are true.
I care not one whit if they are. I will hear no talk of forsaking the Wolfort domain.
My goodness.
Silence!
This whole thing is just crazy.
I have heard enough to know where each of you stand. Do you all hold the courage of your own convictions?
I do.
Nothing I've heard here has swayed me.
I feel the same.
Very well. But know that a choice must be made. There can only be one way forward. Face the scales of conviction and prepare to make peace with the outcome.
Oh my lord. Ah! Oh man, none of these decisions are easy though. The vote we take will open a rift between us. Nevertheless, I must proceed and be prepared to accept this outcome. Frederica's vision, Roland, Benedict's strategy. Oh my goodness. Oh, sir. Oh man. I don't know, man. The split is rough. The problem is that for the sake of the Wolfort domain, I know that Benedict's plan is Benedict's plan takes us closer to getting the Roselle free, but I understand Frederica's wish, but I also know that we can't. Roland's is dumb. Roland's is dumb. I can't do Roland's. I think Benedict's is the closest we can get. I think. I can't. I don't want to lose Frederica, but I'm also like, I feel like. Oh man, I don't know what to do. Lord Sarah, no, I can't feel that our greatest battle lies ahead regardless of which path you chose. My wife gave birth to our first child not a few days ago. On RPG, at least as a first run. His idea is very unpopular. I feel like the problem with Roland's decision is that... I was also saying to think... Choose pathways, no regrets. Am I able to leave? I cannot. I feel like the problem is that when I look at... Roland's decision, it's just... It's short-sighted, right? I feel like that's the problem. Is that... Because Roland's idea is, okay, if Hyzant's the only one in control, then things will be fine. But it's like, I feel like the problem is that it's a very hard sell to just give in. Hi, Hewitt. How you doing?
However,
Is it sad that, like, all right, so okay, I'm gonna ask this now just because I need to look at this. Okay, so I'm gonna look at something really quick. Menu. I want to look at something really quick. Path traveled. Okay, so where are paths part? Okay, I guess I have a legitimate question because I'm curious. Because I'm looking at my path. How close did I get? How close did I get legitimately to... How close am I to anything else? Because I know that I'm mostly on morals. Why is there another path here? What is that? What is that? Oh, that's the three-way path. That's right. But that one has... What the... Why does that have two? That's weird. Alright. I think I'm gonna go for Frederica's. I can't think of anything else I want to do.
however,
Like, I want to do Benedict's. I want to do Benedict. But my brain is also like, I feel like if I'm going by what I've done this whole time, I feel like Frederica's is the option I want.
What do you need? Well,
I place my faith in Frederica's vision. Yeah, I think you took the same path. I missed the best ending by one decision. Oh, best ending is too hard anyway for the best. Yeah, but the fact that, you know, Gamera, you know what's gonna happen though is that the fact that it was by one decision is going to rest on my brain for a very long time. Still. All right, I'm gonna go for Frederica's vision.
I don't think so. What do you need?
Okay, I've lost Gila. Dang it. Best ending is rough on a first run. Yeah, I can see that. Eridor.
Aye, lad.
See no reason why should we surrender it all to Hyzant. Lady Frederico, I sympathize. Ask that we risk everything for the sake of the Roselle.
Here's what I think.
It doesn't quite quiet the nagging feeling I get when I think about our options. I can't go back. Dang it. Let me go back.
And so.
He's deep in thought, but I don't know what to do. I really am just like, I don't know what to think.
Lord Saranoa. However,
I find it interesting that nobody's agreeing with Benedict. I am finding that interesting. Like Roland and Frederica, they agree with, but for some reason Benedict is the one that you have to sway everybody to. What is up with that? That is actually a curiosity now.
Perhaps.
Then,
So much I forgot avoiding battle is ever an option. Hewitt, save me. They don't trust war crimes Benedict and his crazy plans. He's gonna be like, so we blow up the dam. Yeah, that's probably reasonable.
However,
I feel like the problem is that the most efficient methods are not always the...
I wonder about that. But
My lord.
Some of these matters should have no bearing on the welfare of our house.
Quite impossible.
May I remind you, your Lord of War Southford.
I believe I've reached a decision.
Your words have no power here. I feel like the biggest concern I have is that I know that no matter what I do, this is going to be tough. No matter what happens. And I have 2 people who are indifferent and 2 people who are on my side. So this voting could go any way.
It is time to cast our votes.
Man.
The opinions before us are many. Roland's.
I will say though,
Benedict's.
I might go and get the golden ending on my own time. Just so I know. Because I think I've heard it referred to as a golden ending. I haven't looked it up. Because I saw it. I saw it on like, I was like, oh, I should look up like the beginning part of the game after I played it. Because I was like, oh, what are the other options for like, for turning in Roland? I wanted to know. And then I saw a reference to a golden ending and I'm like, what does that mean? So the best ending is referred to as golden, I believe. So that is going to, so that might be something I have to go back and try and do. Because I know at least that I missed one decision. So that's pretty easy. That's pretty easy to find.
You aren't wrong, but...
Uh-oh. What's gonna happen?
You have my vote.
Okay, so we have 2 for mine. Uh-oh.
I cannot be swayed.
Oh, no.
I'm with you.
Wait, that's 2 votes for me, though. Uh-oh. Doing a chaos run on my new game plus.
Illuminate the path we've chosen.
All right, guys, let's see what ending we got locked into. I just convinced everyone of the opposite of what they believe and get surprised. Okay, green got chosen. Is that Frederica? It is.
The way forward is decided. Frederica's dream is worth realizing.
Oh boy.
We will free the Roselle from the source.
Okay. 3, 2, 2. Oh no. Oh no. Why do I have a feeling this is going to... Because I'm pretty sure Benedict is not going to stay with me. Save my game? Yes, but I'm going to save it... commit. Save. This is fine. Oh boy. Oh boy. Group is going to be mad. Oh yeah, this is going to blow up.
A tumultuous meeting exposes a yawning chasm.
Man,
between
I
Roland,
don't...
Frederica,
So I
and
know I'm
Benedict's
pretty sure I'm going to lose
visions
people.
For the future. Yet only one will emerge victorious, for such is the custom of House Wolford. As ever, the scales of conviction have the final word.
Oh yeah. Yawning chasm.
The time has come for judgments to be rendered, and leaders to steel themselves for the outcome.
One last request. Okay. This is going to be tough, isn't it? I imagine this is going to hurt a lot. I'm not ready for this. Oh, man.
We've chosen our path. We are to free the Roselle being held in Hyzant's source.
Benedict, please, no. No.
You have chosen the one path I cannot take.
I understand your disappointment, Benedict, but the scales have spoken. And so I ask for your wisdom. Help us find a way to free the Roselle.
Hyzant will destroy everything you hold dear if you attempt to free them. That way lies ruin. Your choice is to turn your back on this house, to cast aside your land and the people who have built their lives upon it. I will not, I cannot endorse such betrayal.
I agree that we will be ill-prepared to defend the domain this way. Should that come to pass, I am prepared to flee with the Roselle and search for Centralia. They say it is home to a boundless salted sea. Surely a land where none need fight for salt is a land worth seeking. This is an opportunity, Benedict. We could find a new home instead of fighting the wars of old yet again.
Dude, I'm not ready for this. This is too much. This is too painful for me to be ready.
To lead the people of Norzelia as their king.
Oh, Benedict, you jerk!
You hold the power and the might. You lack only the will. With the salt crystals in hand, you shall ascend the throne. I shall see to it that you are coronated. Then we can liberate the Roselle, or whatever else your heart desires.
Liberate the Roselle, or whatever else. I never dreamed I would hear such callous words.
Oh man, this is painful.
I stand by them.
Oh. If that is a statement that wraps up Benedict's character so well, but oh man.
I care only that you and the legacy of House Wolford are safe and secure. I shall offer my counsel by force, if needed.
You don't mean to fight the lad.
Stand down, Benedict.
No, Anna. This is a challenge that I must accept.
My goodness, dude, I can't.
I beg you to reconsider. If you mean to proceed with this folly, then you will do so over my dead body. You can do so much more, Lord Serenoa. The salt crystals give you the upper hand. Esfrost and Hyzant would bend the knee to you. You could unite all Norzelia under your rule.
You were right about me, Benedict. I lack the will. I have no desire to rule Norzelia. I wish to see an oppressed people set free and nothing more.
Oh man. I'm just like, dude,
At what cost? Would you see your loyal subjects conquered by another nation?
I would forfeit my lordship. The people of Wolfort will endure without me. The Roselle have no such champion for their cause.
Dude, this is painful.
The ones who can set them free.
This is like actual pain.
Give me the order, and I shall reduce Hyzant to rubble. Then they shall be free.
The ensuing battle will only breed further resentment, or worse, displace others who will be treated like the Roselle. War cannot solve every problem, and our liberation of the Roselle shall prove as much.
So, you now take blind counsel from your betrothed. To think that
Benedict, what the heck? Why are you taking shots at everybody?
Enough! I came to this conclusion of my own free will. I have seen the challenges that face Norzelia, and this is how I choose to respond.
Dude, what the heck?
You are every inch Lady Destra's child. Your compassion steers you headlong into every conflict. Alas, compassion is easily trampled. It can only exist so long as it has an army at its back. My patience grows thin, Lord Serenoa. The salt crystals give you the power to bring peace to Norzelia.
Man.
You're wrong. It is little more than the catalyst for another protracted war.
A war we can win. Let me lead you to victory.
There is always a war to be won. Do you not see the cycle at work? I will break that cycle and use my power to liberate the oppressed.
You talk of fleeing from your duty, of pure fantasy.
We need you, Benedict. Why can you not put our differences aside?
This is absurd. You race toward your own destruction, and I will not be party to it. Lord Simon entrusted me with the future of this house. And I swore an oath to Lady Destra that I would protect you no matter what the cost.
Benedict is ready to fight, my god.
You are shackled to the past, Benedict.
I would call it loyalty.
And it has come to this. For the sake of our future, I must strike you down.
Prepare yourself. You came, you missed.
Here!
Why does this have the same energy as having to kill Zeke in Infamous 2?
I yield. Grant me the mercy of a swift death.
No. Neither father nor mother would stand for the killing of a loyal retainer.
Oh man, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for any of this.
The rest of us shall make our way to Hyzant in secret. You will remain here. Lead the people out of the Wolfort domain before the Hyzantian army assaults this castle, and keep them safe.
These are your orders, in exchange for sparing my life?
These are not orders, and there is no exchange to be made. This is the last thing I will ever ask of you as my steward and loyal friend of House Wolfort.
And so, you follow in the footsteps of Lord Simone and Lady Destra, leaving me behind with the most arduous tasks. I shall rise to the occasion, my lord. I shall do whatever is required to see that the Wolfort name and its people survive. Should House Wolfort lose its lord, I shall lead the house forward in your stead.
Turned out better than I expected. Dude, I
have no doubt you will.
I just realized mechanically what this means, but story-wise, I am in a lot of pain right now. I am in... Benedict left the party! Ah! I'm sorry for freaking out. I just... Man.
Benedict.
Mule-headed fool.
We've each made our choices. Now we must walk the path we believe is right.
Yes.
King Roland, this decision means casting Glenbrook aside. I know I cannot ask you to come with me, but will you agree to see to the salt crystals?
No. I am sorry, my friend, but I am not worthy to oversee such an important task.
Of course you are.
Man.
You've always striven to be fair and
Am I gonna lose Roland too?
You hold me much too high in regard. Our conversation earlier made me realize the truth. My faith was misguided, as were my actions. I believed exacting vengeance upon Esfrost would be proof enough I was Glenbrook's rightful king. But I gave no thought to the bloody cost of revenge. This kingdom and its subjects should not have to suffer such a selfish fool upon the throne.
Then, you will come with me?
I shall. Not as your king, but as your friend.
Oh man.
If I can help those in need...
This is emotionally stunting for me.
Glenbrook has the geographical advantage, and the salt crystals. And there are a small handful of trustworthy nobles remaining. I'm certain they will ensure the people thrive, even without a king. Glenbrook is in too powerful a position for foreign powers to interfere.
Roland.
You know you aren't leaving me behind. I've come this far by your side. I'm not abandoning you now.
You have my thanks, Huette.
Frederica, don't you think you ought to make your convictions clear to your companions?
I'm curious now. I'm really curious what this means.
Well, it's common knowledge by now that I'm an Esfrosti of Rosellan descent. I was a lonely child who hated that her. But then I joined House Wolfort. I met Jerome and witnessed the cruelty that my fellow Roselle suffered at the source. And I learned how brave my mother was. Compared to the horrors they went through, I have lived a life
This is gonna be
and
emotionally painful.
I am proud to be a Rosellan, and proud to be a Wolford. I wish to be strong. Strong like my lady mother before me. And I wish to see her dream of freeing our people fulfilled. I understand the difficulties that lie ahead, but hope that I might have you all with me.
We will always be there beside you, Frederica.
My lord, Hyzant's army has sent a message ahead of their forces. It says, the Grand Norzalian mines must be conferred to the goddess as a divine offering.
An offering? Sounds more like an ultimatum.
Precisely. If we refuse to relinquish the mines, they'll put the Wolford domain
All right,
to the
now
sword.
what's next?
Then we've no time to waste. We must make ready to leave at once.
That said, though, I am curious about the scale of the continent because it's supposedly a continent, but armies are able to cross in days, not weeks. Which tells me a fair bit that this is a small continent.
Benedict.
I leave the rest in your hands, Anna.
All these years I have watched you. I may not be able to replace you, but I will do my best.
Loath as I am to burden you with such responsibility, that is heartening.
This ain't the Benedict I know. Come on. Where's your usual
Oh
glower?
man.
You never change.
Huh. I should hope not. Defending House Wolford calls for consistency. And defend Wolford I shall, even in your absence.
I shall hold you to it. Both of you.
I'm telling you, we've got it under control.
Your voice hasn't gotten any quieter.
Sorry. Parting ways with a friend always
Oh
gets
man.
me worked up.
Thank you for seeing me off, you two. Farewell.
Oh man. So what's next?
What of the Hyzantian forces?
They haven't entered the domain yet. If we act now, we could sneak around them and reach the capital.
Focused as they are on seizing the salt crystal deposits, I'd wager their domestic defenses are at a minimum.
If we can get into the capital and have the Roselle and the Source take up arms, we should stand a fair chance of helping them escape.
But Hyzant is wary of Serenoa for keeping the salt crystals from them, despite his position as one of the Saintly Seven. They may be short-handed, but if they spot him...
How's it going? Oh, hi, Psycho. Oh, the Psycho 183. Hi, how's it going? It's going pretty good, actually. We're kind of in the end game of this game right now. Sorry, I'm like, oh. He stands in the roll of the house. Yeah, on RPG, I feel like I this is going well, but man, I am like this. If I could sum up this stream and the last stream of this game, it's emotional damage. I am in so much emotional pain right now. This story has got me by the heart, and I'm like, ugh.
In exchange, I told him what secrets.
This is insane. Okay, I'm gonna double check what he said. The wagon from Claris, got it. Oh jeez.
You told them of Dragan's murder and the illicit
Oh jeez. Was just playing Final Fantasy Tactics earlier. I understand. Yeah, a lot of people. I think a lot of people said that Final Fantasy Tactics is pretty close to this game.
He understands.
Ooh.
Once people learn of the salt crystals, Norzelia will change, and the Consortium will have a new role to serve.
This is gonna be crazy, though. Oh man.
No, they will be better prepared to negotiate their position. They agreed to help us as a show of gratitude.
I am not mentally ready for the end of this, but
Now that they know,
You've thought this through. Well done,
it is. It is. I played both. Oh, I love this game. This game's great. I just. Oh man.
Stored safely within the cart, of course.
Thanks.
The explosives we found in the tunnel.
After we've gotten the Roselle to rise up, we'll set sail from the harbor and make for the Folk's domain, to the Great Falls.
This is gonna be. I love this game, and this
To make
ending
sure
is.
no one follows us, we'll blow up all the other ships in the harbor as we leave.
Frederica and I devised the plan ourselves.
A perfect way to make an escape with so many
This
people.
is so. This is an ending I think I can get behind. I'm just like, man, I'm in so much emotional
wise
pain.
of you to make for the Folk's domain. It's distant enough. You'll have plenty of time to hide.
Aye, about as far south as you can get. No better place, if your end goal is Centralia, too.
It's a good plan. We shall do what we can to make sure it succeeds.
crafty as ever, you Wolforts.
I'm about at this part, so I'm gonna lurk in so I don't ruin it. That is reasonable. Thank you so much for the lurk cycle one.
But one problem remains.
But
how do we get the Roselle and the Source to turn against their captors? If we can't win their trust, all this is.
I will say, I am wondering if I should just stay up later and just see this to its end.
We need some way of persuading them, and quickly too.
Let me worry about that. I can find the words to convince them. I am my mother's daughter after all.
All right. I know
Just bring the Ridrock. It'll be fine. Have a good stream. Hope you make it through, lol. I hope so too.
Of course, my lady. Where to? The Rosellan village. I'd like to tell Jerome and the others of our plan. I would have them meet us at the Great Falls.
Agreeing to such a thing means they will have to give up the lives they enjoy now. Do you think they will come?
I cannot say. Regardless, I owe it to them to let them know Hyzant is invaded.
Indeed. Let us send word and see what they have to say.
Okay. All right, we are at the 4-hour mark. Big Ron, 2369. Oh, hi. Thank you for following. I did not see you in the chat. Intriguing. Thank you so much for following, man.
Hyzant quickly musters her forces.
kind of out of nowhere at 11 at the 4-hour mark, but this is amazing. Hi. We're gonna we're in the end game now.
Serenoa decides to take this as an
Here
opportunity
we go.
to free the Roselle.
This is gonna be a
slave
big
to
one.
the Source.
Let's see how things turn out.
But that decision leads to Benedict's departure from House Wolf.
Oh man. Yeah, and Benedict's gone.
Still grappling with grief over parting ways with their friend, Serenoa and the others
Here we
went
go.
for the Byzantian capital. There, amidst a land in turmoil, they hope to help the Roselle rise up against their oppressors.
All right, character stories. A shaman? What? A shaman? People of Warfort. Okay, side story. Okay, so we have a lot of things to look at. You know what? I think this might be an ending stream. We might need to call this as an end. Because I'm looking at it now. I'm going to do this story stuff so we have it, so it's some of it's out of the way, but I do think it would be unwise for me to go too much further. If for only one reason, and that one reason being that I'm thinking ahead.
Archduke Gustadov, we received word.
I'm thinking ahead that my strategic mind will probably fail me if I keep going too long.
XM's forces have crossed into their domain.
So they know of the salt crystals. Then battle is inevitable. How will House Wolford respond?
I should think it obvious they will attack us. Their lord is one of the Saintly Seven, after all.
I am unconvinced of that. Perhaps they will offer us salt crystals to secure our alliance.
To what end?
History is changing around us as we speak. If Wolford wishes to guide the shape our future takes,
I'm really curious how this is gonna end, though.
he can choose to submit to Hyzant's tyranny, or work with us to bring freedom to our land. Or he might choose to take advantage of the chaos. Will you follow in Lady Orlea's footsteps, Frederica? Somehow I doubt it.
Your pardon, Archduke.
It's nothing. I let my thoughts wander.
Ah, the dramatic irony, that's really good.
Whatever path Wolford chooses, they all lead to war. Ready our forces.
The dramatic irony of this whole situation is going to be that he actually guessed it right that we would be there. Intriguing. I'm checking something rather quickly. Intriguing. All right. Yeah, I'm beginning to think that this might call for us to to finish this at the end. I will get this character though, whoever this is, and then I will check our status in the encampment, and then I will make a decision. I shouldn't go too long though. It would be on at this point. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to handle it.
Mistress, ain't she? If she sticks around much longer, my fields are apt to wither from the attention. I'd give my firstborn for a drop of rain.
Aye. And it ain't just the crops what are worse for wear. I'd cry over our lot, but
Naught but dust would pour from my eyes.
How pitiless, the caprices of nature. What grudge do the heavens bear to make the
Oh.
poor souls who tend the land such
I
a
love that
sin?
design, by the way. I like that design a lot. Look at her.
I would be remiss to let such suffering continue. If fate will show you no mercy, then I shall. You begged for even a single drop of rain. I shall give you more. Behold as I flood this desiccated land with nourishment.
Huh? What's that the lady said?
Ha! I'd have more luck getting milk from a
I mean, you can. It's just not the milk you want. Your convictions must be wild.
You must tell me if
Izana this late? Your convictions must be wild. Because I chose based on my gut instinct, so I definitely was like making weird decisions.
A pleasure as always to see you, Lord.
I'm really curious what would happen. Well, I feel like my convictions were so weird because I kept choosing based on... I think it's because I made choices towards utility near the beginning and then arced towards morality at the end.
Allow me to banish the sun's cruel rays from your domain,
Oh.
that your people may see a measure of succor.
She pretty.
Banish the sun? I wasn't aware it was in the habit of taking orders.
She just calls down rain. Oh, this is what you were talking about. Rain.
Will slap my ass like I was just born. Rain. Honest to goodness.
I'm sorry, what did he just say? How is... we just had this whole emotionally damaging scene, and then this guy says this. I am taking a picture of this for myself, though.
How did... I've never witnessed a miracle like this.
She could just do that. Best line of the game.
Zana, was it? On behalf of my people, allow me to express to you my deepest gratitude.
There is no need for such formalities. I seek only to alleviate the suffering of the downtrodden in any way I can.
I guess Izana's appearance is kind of thematic, given that...
If it is not too bold of me to ask, do you have need of a humble shaman within your
Given
ranks?
that she shows up to help the downtrodden and we're going to save the Roselle, kind of important.
House Wolfort's magnanimity have reached even my remote village. It would be an honor to serve you, my lord.
We would welcome you with open arms, and the honor would be entirely
That's amazing.
ours.
I love this.
Doubtless, we will have occasion to call upon your talents sooner rather than
This is
later.
amazing. Excels at wind and lightning magic, summons rainstorms and tempests. Interesting. All right. I do also think this might be selfish of me. I am thinking I want to extend this game a little bit, if for no reason than to... I want to savor the ending, because I know I'm gonna want to. Oh, hi. Zorba Gams knew what I would do as shaman, but you came along. I promise to be the best of service. Lionel, please tell me you're selling some more stuff, please. Oh, thank goodness. Wait, that's a lot of stuff. Okay, yeah, we're gonna definitely be... I'm gonna be here for a while. Okay, question also. Second question. Okay, I see. Okay. Okay, yeah, I need to check decimal. Okay, so... Where is... Shaman's 26, okay. Indeed, Izana so late game is wild. I must have, like, caused the weirdest amount of just... Mathematician? My brother would be proud. Alright, details. What are you capable of? Rite of Lightning. Oh, these spell names are sick. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You got her after decimal. Yeah, actually, yeah. I guess this... I don't quite know this, but this must be very strange. Rite of Wind. Accursed Strike. Decrease an enemy's luck for... Okay, that's actually baller as heck, man. I really like that. That's really cool. Rite of Rain, Rite of Tempest. Decrease bow accuracy for 5 turns. For all enemies and allies for 5 turns. Extinguish squares that are set ablaze to create puddles at random. Decrease enemies' magic for 3 turns. I see. And she has extremely good stats. Wow. Okay. For Evans, I got Izana at like level 10. Really? Whoa. All right, what does Decimal do? Target, HP 3. Deal non-elemental magic damage to all enemies within range whose current HP is a multiple of 3. Deal non-elemental magic damage to all enemies whose current HP is a multiple of 4 and decrease their movement. Multiple of 5 and have a chance to instantly kill them. Oh! Oh! So, this... And charges 3 TP when not moving. Oh, but don't regain TP naturally, so you have to have this skill to recharge it. Oh. Oh, wait, I have an idea. Equip accessories. Oh. Well, it's like, because Decimal already has this, where you can't recover TP naturally at the start of your turn. So if you just give them the... Hits really different randomly depending on numbers. It's basically a nuke centralized on himself. Well, what I understand about Decimal is that it's basically just... If you understand the modulus formula, you can really use them. I like that a lot. Okay. We now have a surprisingly stacked roster. Also, Milo's still here for some reason. I don't like that, but I guess. Okay. Yes. I think I'm going to take this stream to the next time. I think next Thursday I'm going to finish this game. Because thinking about it in advance, one, I think Gamria knows pretty well that if I get too late into a stream, my strategic mind starts to deteriorate quickly. Which, I mean, after 4 hours, I guess it's reasonable. But it'll also mean that we can have like a chat after the game, and we can talk about the ending, and maybe I can take a crack at trying to get the golden ending. There's nothing random about it. When he uses Decimal, make a point to tailor damage on enemies to hit factors. Dude, that's Galaxy Brain. Gamria's out here. You two are out here doing Galaxy Brain plays, and I'm sitting here just like, I'm trying my best to figure out. I'm sitting here just trying to figure out how to get my characters to be in the right position. Still, I'm at the end of the game and I'm still trying to figure out stuff. Gamria's been here for a while now in this playthrough and has seen me go from being mildly competent to more competent. But Gamria's here, like, he's able to... This man can play 5D chess, and it's absolutely stunning. I also greatly appreciate... I have appreciated your counsel this whole time, by the way. And I appreciated you guys being here this whole time. This has been an exceptional stream. And honestly, this series has been really fun. I really want to keep the Thursdays to the more strategic games, even if I, vary back and forth. I really like being able to talk to you guys about this kind of stuff, like strategy-wise. We might, depending on how long it would be, because at least I can speed through if I try to do a golden run. Decimal is hard to use, though. I'm nowhere near a 5D chess person. I'm slow on a lot of things. Yeah, but your ability to plan is very comparable, if not superior. You do plan out. You've told me yourself that you plan out your attack, which is really, it's admirable. So, but man, I will say I very much appreciate you guys being here. This has been a lot of fun, and I will say maybe some part of me is worried that if this game ends, that things will, never had a proc for me. I'll put a chance on all of it. We'll see. We'll see. I very much appreciate. I feel like part of me is worried that if this series ends, then I'll need to find something to fill its shoes. Don't. The golden route split is too far back. Sell figures in first next time. No, what I'm saying though is that if I can help it, I might look and see at the path, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll see. It'll be next Thursday for sure. But that will be like guaranteed next week. I will be playing this until we see the credits. That'll be all of next stream. But take a break, yeah. Yeah, I am noticing that if I go into this battle half cocked, I'll definitely be like I'll be out of it for sure. So okay. All right. I'm gonna wrap up stream right now. Thank you guys so much for being here, by the way. Some part of me I feel like I'm also worried that you guys are gonna be like, I'm gonna try and find something to fill in Thursday, because I'm gonna like, oh, I need another long form game, and I'm gonna choose something, and you guys are gonna be like, this game looks okay, and then I'm like worried. It's like some party's worried, but like, I know that I'll need to find something that'll be just as long a play. I have some ideas, but I might need to direct you guys to my Twitter so I can have a poll that you guys can join in on. I have some ideas. One of them is an older game because it stares at me and it haunts me. Actually, there's two. There's two older games. And then I can look through my current Switch games and see what I have, but at some point I might revisit this in Shin Megami Tensei 5 as some sort of like just fun for me thing, but we'll see. That's my plug for my Twitter. I don't need to plug anything else. I guess if anybody sees this and wants to check out that book I put out, that link's on my Twitter, on the Twitch too. It's actually on the About section. It's available digitally, so that should be good. What a day. All right, well, I'm gonna sleep. Thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you to everyone now and whenever when they watch. Just trying to relax. All right, goodbye for now, guys. Thank you so much.